There is a representative from St Benedict's School for the junior tournament on the RE side. Can you please make yourself known to the RE control cabin? That's the blue cabin. We're looking for a representative from St Benedict's School in the junior tournament. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, to the final day. That's right, the final of a very long week of sevens here at the ROSSLYN Park National Schools Sevens Tournament. We begin our action here on RE2 with some plate group rugby. It's Oaklands College up against Wellington in a huge clash.
Keep going.
Every single side left in this competition is one of the biggest in school rugby.
Fight it over!
And it will be Oaklands College who'll start excellently well in the wide channels. Away goes Wilson.
Loss, leave it!
They were playing with penalty advantage. Back down the short side goes George Ivory. Offload away to Quinn. Oaklands College are in the corner. What a bright start for them in this plate competition. Will Stace alongside me.
Wow, what a way to start our day. Day 5 here on RE2. Make sure you're sitting down, getting ready, get that cup of tea, because you've got some absolute huge affairs on the game today. But Oakham, within 1 minute, get their name on the score sheet, and what a way to start. Conversion isn't good, but they're 5-0 up against Wellington, last year's Cups winners.
Finn Quinn, the number 9, scores. And yes, we say that, Will. Wellington College, last year's cup winners. It's the iron they've been branded with in this tournament. They, of course, lost to Finborough in dramatic fashion in the opening game, which really set them on the path to this plate competition. But they're in a tough group here. I'll talk you through the plate, Will. So there's 2 groups of plate containing 5 teams, and then the top sides from that team, top 2 go through to semi-final stage. So there's so much rugby left to play.
These are all runners-up of yesterday's 11 groups. One of them was the best runners-up, and that is Myerscough College, and they have gone through to the cup competition. So all these are runners-up. They came second out of 5 in their group yesterday.
Yeah, so Wellington College and Oaklands College are in a group. Now, get ready for the rest of this group. SGS Filton, Millfield School and Norwich School.
Well, that's huge. That is absolutely huge. Norwich School, one of the underdogs of this competition. They won all their games yesterday. They were unbeaten. And a lot of these teams have a big scoring record as well from yesterday.
Yeah, Wellington College fully second in the group, of course, behind Finborough, ahead of Gosforth Academy, Harrogate Grammar School and Mount Kelly. What a little show and go from Oakland College, who are continuing their bright start to the morning here. Robert Smith, Ivory, there's the try scorer Quinn into the wide channels, and that attempted offload doesn't go to hand. Wellington possession from the line-out. Quick line-outs actually from Oakham, came off a Wellington hand in the end, so they'll still play here through Max Robert Smith. Quinn. George Ivory back against the grain. Quinn takes it to the line this time. Looks to offload it in the air, but turned over by Wellington. That's a huge defensive shift put in there by Wellington.
Great stuff from Frampton to get the ball.
And now they'll play away once more. Look, done with the switch inside. Wellington have numbers up on the short side here. Staveley takes contact. Still Wellington possession. They're building patiently from inside their own half. Frampton takes contact this time. Fizzed across the face by Walder. Could be a 2-on-1 here in the wide channels if Wellington can use it. Great covering tackle by Robert Smith. And now they look to open up the park here. Walder takes it to an edge, and here's Tyler Afire. Afire brought down, wonderful tackle, but back to his feet, and what a tackle by Oscar Wilson.
Well, it's a game of margins, and that's one that Oaklands would happily take. So close for Afire. And Wellington, they're starting to build. They just need that gap in the Oaklands defence to find a way through.
Well, it was knocked on into touch, so they'll take the scrum, I believe. Now, Oaklands College came through an incredible group that I'd love to tell you about, Will, here. 3 teams tied on 9 points in Group B. Seaford, Oaklands and Federation Rugby Comunidad Valencia all tied on 9 points. Now, I was rooting very much for Valenciana, but on points difference, Seaford topped it and Oaklands College came second. If you want the full rundown of yesterday, do head over to Next Gen's website, where we had a lovely review of day 4 as Oaklands College looked to build from the 22. What a tight group, though, Will, that Oakland's are unlucky not to come out on as group leaders of.
Well, that is incredibly tough. That's the beauty of ROSSLYN Park. 3 teams tied on 9 points and just about 30 points difference separating those 3 teams. I think Valenciana will feel very hard done by when they don't have any rugby to play today.
Well, Millfield are about to score their 2nd try over on RE1, so they currently lead SGS Filton by 10-0. As there's a knock-on there, finally, from Oaklands College, who are doing really well to retain possession inside their own 22. But great pressure from Wellington, and this is a lovely opportunity as we come towards the end of this first half.
Something to note here, just looking at some of these Oaklands players, even when a drop ball, a missed fumble, they're still clapping each other, a lot of motivation. It's great to see early on into day 5.
Ecclesall will feed this scrum for Wellington.
Sit. Get out 9.
And it is Wellington's ball. Great pressure, though, at the breakdown.
No.
But it will come Wellington's way. Here's Staveley at first receiver. Great drive to take it to the line. Through the contact goes Ralph Harwick. Or it's the number 4, Ollie Teague, who will go all the way. Great work from Teague. A lovely solo finish in the end, exactly what Wellington needed to get back on level terms.
Saw a small gap, ran straight through it, and he was never stopping. Great stuff from Teague, and it will be
Harry Ecclesall to look for the extras.
We've got in-goals today, so let's use them.
What a great finish from Teague. Had a fire out in the wide channels, used that support runners to draw the defenders away. And a great score. Yeah, this is good clean-up. You thought the attack might be over there after the great pressure on the number 9, but here is Teague. Knows he's got a fire outside him, so...
That pass to him was also beautiful. Let him go straight onto it, get some running room.
Despite the best efforts of Bradley Young. But Oakham had possession from the kickoff. It's that man, Young, once more. Some incredibly high-quality sevens for you on show. Young goes into the wide channels once again. It's a huge tackle from Staveley. And the ball comes loose at the ruck. And that's great defence from Teague and Staveley to end that Oakham attack. So after the first half here, in the first game on RE2, live at the closing stages of the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens, in this plate Group B, Oaklands College currently trail by 2 points to Wellington in a thrilling encounter. We'll be back very shortly for the second half. We're back for the second half. Oaklands College will get us underway. They trail by 2. They drew first blood here on day 5 of ROSSLYN Park, day 2 of this Plate and Cup Under-18s competition. What a kickoff that is, and claimed by Oaklands College. What a start, Will.
No, leave that.
Brilliant start there, great kickoff. Excellent take from Oaklands. More pressure applied to Wellington.
Well, they'll look to go wide off first phase. Across the face, the little switch inside from Wilson, who kicks through, and he's piling on the pressure. And what a turnover that is by Wilson. And away go Oakham. Robert Smith crashes over, and Oaklands College still pushing forward here.
Lost!
Turnover by Wellington, but not legally. That's 2 penalties on the bounce, and you can't have discipline like that at this stage of ROSSLYN Park Sevens. Oakland College must score from here. Max Robert Smith with the tap. They go to the short side this time, and it's a loose ball in search of Oscar Wilson, and hacked through by Wellington. Great work from Young to skip past the first defender. Wonderful tackle by Finn Walder.
A few early mistakes here. A little bit of early morning tiredness.
But that's 3 penalties at the breakdown now against Wellington. That's not the start thereafter in the second half.
Well, we've got to watch out for these referees. Some of them are keen to get those cards out. The Wellington will need to be careful. Repeated offences in sevens games might not help them out, especially the position they're in.
Max Robert Smith gets us underway. Emmanuel, Clarkson, they still go wide here. Young, into the wide channels they go. Back to Young. Young finds the boot, and there's a race on here to the corner. And still playing is Oaklands College wide man George Ivory, but the ball did find touch, seen out cleverly by Henry Busby.
Should we talk about our sponsor for today's stream?
I think we'll have a little chat about UR7s. Hopefully we'll see them later on the day, of course. UR7s, the Ultimate Rugby Sevens Academy set up. They're great coaching and a lovely organisation to be part of if you're a serious Sevens player.
They're here today, so there's a few of them around, so if you're here at ROSSLYN Park, do have a conversation with them, find out just a little bit more, but we will be hearing from them later today on CoComs.
Well, Wellington were put under a bit of pressure there, but they do well to clear it away. No look, switch inside, goes nowhere. Well, that was very risky. A no look out the back switch play doesn't go to hand, and we love to see the ambition, but when you're only leading by 2 in your first plate game very early in the morning, that was a bit too ambitious, Will.
10 metres out from their own try line, they're trying the spectacular. I rate it, but is it the right thing for them to do?
Well, they were put under loads of pressure from the lineup by Oakland College. Perhaps they thought that was the only option. So this is a huge opportunity. Oakland College have been here before and not converted. Wellington have been defending excellently well.
Crouch. Bang. Set. 9, leave him alone. Get out, move.
Well, it's a powerful scrum by Wellington and they've turned it around. But wheeling is the call, so we'll reset at scrum time. Crucial moments in the game, this will.
Very crucial for these lads. Need to have their game focus on. Wellington, a few mistakes now, and it's just not going well for them. They need to put their heads down and get to work. Big 3 minutes left on the clock.
Oakland scrum, fed by Max Robert-Smith, and he picks it up really well, injects some pace into the attack, all the way wide here. Lovely score, Oscar Wilson.
Well, it's been coming for Oakland, and they have deserved it. Wellington just haven't been on it in this second half, but Oakland's, they've been knocking on the door, and they finally get away through. What a second try for them.
Millfield lead 19-5 over SGS Filton over an RE1. So this group is shaping up nicely. Some huge teams involved in this game. Norwich School have yet to play so far. They kick off their campaign against Millfield School at 11:40 over on RE4.
Oh, Wellington doing everything they can. Their coaches scrambling to get the ball as fast as they can back onto the pitch.
This is a great try. Max Robson-Smith just injects the pace. Simple hands from Young, all the way wide to Wilson. Textbook sevens really from Oakland's College. Claimed well by Wellington off the kickoff as they look to respond. They now trail by 3. Teague, the try scorer, gets the offload away. And now Wellington could be in behind the defence here. It's chipped through by Wellington once more. Bit of footwork. But the ball has eventually gone dead. Seen out by James Hayes. The referee has a decision to make here. There was a bit of contact by both sides.
I'm not sure what's just happened now. See what the referees will do. Looks like a scrum down to Wellington.
Well, it's come off a Oakland College foot and gone dead. So what excellent work by George Staveley, who nudged it through, I believe. May have just left the field, having been lagging behind from that kick. But what precedent set by Wellington. They've made 90 metres from that break.
Well, it's what they needed. Now almost coming to a minute left on the clock. They really need to buck their ideas up. Try and get over the line.
Brampton will feed this scrum. This is a huge opportunity with just a minute to go. And it comes, spits out the back. And here is George Staveley, who's won Wellington this field position. Lovely offload. Brampton driving hard. Hawker carries well. Staveley once more. Spits it across the face. Good footwork from Tyler Afire, but just can't stay on his feet.
Another ball.
Picked to the base by Hawker. Could be a turnover here for Oakland's College. Referee says play on. Frampton takes it to the line once more. Frampton's just inches away. 2-on-1 here. And they will score. And what a time to do it.
Gonna be last
For
play
Henry
half.
Busby.
Last play.
And they've
Surely
won the
win.
game. As referee calls last play, 12-10. Wellington College have started off their campaign in this plate competition excellently well.
Oh, it's exactly what they needed. What a way to start
No.
their day here on RE2 for day 5. Full-time calls the referee. Wellington College, are they ones to watch for this plate? They might be.
Well, a fantastic bit of rugby there to open the day here on RE2 Live with Next Gen. Brought to you by UR7's Ultimate Rugby. Sevens, of course. We now have action from the Under-18s Cup for the first time here on RE2. We're very excited about a tantalising competition with some of the finest women's rugby sides in the country involved. Up next here on RE2, it's Llandovery College up against Millfield in the Under-18s Cup competition. Here with Next Gen Live on RE2 at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. That's coming up right away. Well, it's an absolute firecracker for you here on RE2. Two of the strongest sides in the women's game. Llandovery up against Millfield. And there is some very exciting team news for you, because this Llandovery side is absolutely littered with Scarlets players. It's shaping up to be a wonderful game. This Llandovery College side come through the competition. They actually finished second in their group, just behind Bishop Wordsworth, but they come through as the best second place side, I believe. and very talented Millfield side. Came through a tough group, including Hills Road, Reigate. They topped that group on 10 points, with 3 wins and a draw. So Llandovery College will get us underway in this women's group, also including Dubai College and Samuel Whitbread, but Millfield take it well off the kickoff. Lovely ball inside by Tyra Flamiani, so away Millfield will come once more. Once again, they take it to the line, inject a bit of pace, lovely swerving run. This is great stuff from Millfield, and what a start this could be for Lucy Wintle. Lucy Wintle will go in unopposed. The perfect start for coach Liberty Watamwa. Delightfully happy with this Millfield side. What a great score, and a perfect start against Llandovery College. Samuel Whitbread, of course, faced off against Dubai College over on RE1 right here, right now. However, Millfield have taken the lead. Just great offload play to keep the ball alive, and then some lovely footwork from Wintle. Great power to break through the contact. The perfect start will for Millfield's cup ambition.
What a way to start it. They are one of the most experienced in women's rugby at the schoolgirl level. Great to see them get an early score.
Great take off the kickoff by Llandovery. Lofted pass into the wide channels, and so unfortunately just spilled by Millie Sumner.
Lost forwards.
It's nice to see in our notes how many of them have represented Scarlets under 18s. And a couple of them have represented Wales as well.
Yeah, of course, the captain, Maisie Davis, has 2 caps for Wales under 18, as does Millie Sumner. Just spilled possession there, but plenty more to come from her in this game. Millfield have the scrum, however.
Hold.
Fed by Charlotte Hill. And away come Millfield down the blind side. The try scorer Wintle all the way into the wide channels. Here's Maddie Gissing, and Wintle's on the loop around. Lucy Wintle's got so much pace.
Move 11.
Dragged down by Jasmine Jones, but still Millfield come forward. Claudia Alder, quick ball at the ruck. Tyra Flamiani,
Backwards.
and they're a little bit narrow at the moment, Millfield.
Tackle.
As Gissing takes it to the line. Llandovery College defending well, and they've managed to force a mistake with their strong defensive work, and Llandovery will have their second attacking set here.
Yeah, good position for them to work with, but point to make on Millfield. Their rucking over is so quick. Their distribution and their quickness and support is excellent to watch.
Clean scrum for Llandovery College. And they'll take it to the line with great pace and power.
Tackle.
Still Llandovery in possession, a little bit narrow. But Byron Slater takes out line and pass off to Davies, and away goes the captain Davies. Chips through. Wintle is on the cover for Millfield, but can't escape the Wales under 18 player. And there's so much pressure now on Millfield inside their own 5.
Offside.
But an offside call goes against Maisie Davies, and the captain's not happy with that as they lose another 10 yards. Well, Millfield now can exit. Charlotte Hill. What a tackle that is from Millie Sumner.
Backwards.
Millie Sumner's just really put the pressure on there and forced the turnover. Stella Orin crashes up. Another Scarlets under 18 player. Great work in the breakdown, but no releasing from the official. Hands in the ruck is the call.
Few mistakes from both teams there.
Evans takes it to the line. 2 players to bring her down. Here's Orin. Davies.
Forward pass.
Well, it's a good line for Maisie Davies, but a forward pass will bring an end to attack. And Millfield have another opportunity to try and exit.
2, release the ball. It's only a scrum.
There's some ferocious shots coming in from Llandovery College, Will.
Some really hard-hitting shots. Big energy going into the first game of the second day of the women's competition.
We'll have more action from the women's competition. There's 5 groups in this cup and plate competition. But away come Millfield, and it's a lovely nudge through.
Backwards.
To exit, but really well taken by Winder. Another Scarlets player. Orin. Great tackle that is from Flamiani. And the turnover is enacted.
First player on the ball,
not releasing Wonderful stuff from Millfield, who tap and go quickly and look to pile the pressure on Llandovery and finally exit cleanly, which they've been unable to do. The try scorer, Winter, just stumbles in these torrid conditions following 5 long days of play, and that's just been knocked on.
Lost forwards, never regathered.
As Millfield look to exit, and we've spoken about the conditions. Although the weather this morning has been kind, the underfoot, the grass is temperamental.
Well, you said it earlier, it's like the trenches some parts around here. It's quite tough to get to different places, but the pitches are managing to hold up quite nicely.
I was travelling home with Will Roberts yesterday. He said it took him 45 minutes to get from pitches M to RE2, which are about 100 yards for reference there. Well held, that first receiver by Slater. Great offload in there, but Millfield almost steal it at the breakdown. Davies picks and goes from the base. Summer, great ball out wide. Oren gets the fend in. Still going, Stella Oren. Lovely offload. Davies one more. And Millie Summer will score for Llandovery College.
Thank you.
And this...
Lost forwards.
But knock on. Oh, knock on at the last.
Scrum. Green ball.
Oh dear, well, how unfortunate is that? We'll have another look here. I was so certain that Summer was in for the try. But it's been given as a knock-on by our officials. That is a controversial call, perhaps, Will.
That's harsh for Llandovery.
Well, it's spat out the back for Millfield, who will look to clean up through Hill and just spilled behind the gain line, unfortunately, there by Winter. Well, clearly the ball is incredibly hard to hang on to already so early in our coverage here, because perhaps Millie Summer thinks that she may have scored already, but unfortunately just knocked on, and then as Winter tried to exit for Millfield, knocked on as well in the pass. And 5 metres out, Llandovery must be sure that this could be their first score.
Another opportunity for this Llandovery side.
Spits out the back for Maisie Davis. Swung wide, and now there's a race to the line in the wide channels. Huge tackle by Hill. And now it's Oren from the base. Oh, Millie Summer, great powerful drive. Picked at the base by Davies. And Llandovery College have scored finally, and it's their captain, the Welsh under-18 international, Maisie Davies, gets the score.
Well, it has been coming. I don't know if I could see Llandovery not getting a try in this game. They've been knocking on the door for a few minutes now. They needed that opportunity, and they've got it. Let's see what can happen with this conversion.
Well, they've certainly got the size and power over Millfield, or perhaps Maisie Davies and Millie Sumner are such athletes, and with their intensity they finally managed to score here. They maybe feel like they could have had 1 or 2 already in this game. They've put Millfield under loads of pressure. Millfield have only been out of their own half once, and that was to score through Lucy Wintle. But right on half-time, Llandovery College have equalised, and it'll be 5-5 going into the break here in this desperately close encounter between Llandovery College and Millfield. We'll be back very shortly for the second half. We're back here for the second half. Millfield to kick off, 5-all. They started off this half strongest, and that's a testing kick-off into the wide channel. So we'll start with a Llandovery College line-out. But Llandovery put on all the pressure in that second half. They had Millfield trapped in their 22 for phase after phase. Strong Millfield defence kept them out. Finally managed to score right on the break through their captain, Maisie Davis.
Defence, push back. Defence, push back.
Now the wind is really blowing here. I'm sure you can hear through our commentary at the Ealing Trailfinders tent. But it's a line out for Llandovery. Just about taken right on the 5 metre by Orin. And away they come now with possession. Lovely hard line from Mavely Evans. Great offload too. Great KBA from Llandovery to keep the ball alive. And they get another offload in there. Davies this time, all the way into the wide channels goes Jasmine Jones. Picked at the base from Ceres Phillips. Phillips with a wonderful offload. And another, here's Davies, the captain. Big fend from Maisie Davies. A wonderful covering tackle from Wintle. And Millfield have managed to clean it up. Tyra Flamiani with the last huge tackle there as Wintle dives upon it. And now Flamiani goes to the short side, beats one. Dragged into touch, maybe. Eventually the ball goes into touch and it will be a Llandovery College line-out. But what a thrilling start to this second half, Will.
Well, so energetic, and you can see why Maisie Davies is their captain. She's driving this Llandovery side forwards.
That was beautiful interchange between Ceres Phillips and Mably Evans as well down this short side. Finally, huge covering tackles came in from Millfield. But Flamiani's offload didn't reach a hand, so it will be a line-out as Millfield ring in the changes.
What is great to see is the level of this women's rugby growing at ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Great to see so many teams competing today in the Women's Under-18s Cup.
That's your mark there. Poker in the channel.
I'm sure the winner will be crowned as one of the best around the world, with some international teams also playing.
Yeah, this is some of the highest level of schoolgirl sevens you'll see anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, just not straight as a line-out call from
Scrum or line.
Harris Phillips. So it's going to be a scrum for Millfield, who will look to break from deep inside their half as they struggled so much to do in that first half, but with a few fresh faces perhaps, and the slightly better conditions of this
Crouch!
Near side of the pitch, at least to us in the commentary box here in the Ealing Trailfinders tent. Clean line-out ball. And Hill does really well to get it away. Gissing's in midfield now. Here's Wintle on the wraparound. Great play from Millfield, but they haven't made much yardage. Gissing's, great offload. Millfield playing with it deep inside their own half. Fletcher with the switch once more as they look to find a hole. Lovely offload play for Millfield, drawing in the defenders. And here is Okoya. Okoya still driving. Backwards. Another great offload. Unfortunately, just doesn't go to hand. Millfield keep it alive well, and there could be some holes opening up here in the Llandovery College line, but a huge defensive set from them has meant they've caused a turnover. One pass too many for Millfield, who did excellently well to build out from inside their 22 there, Will.
Some of their passing move is really impressive. Just didn't go their way in the end, and it will be a scrum down ball for Llandovery.
Bind!
Another platform for them to work with inside Millfield's half.
Well, the Dubai College are currently leading Samuel Whitbread 17-0 over on RE1. They're looking like a very impressive side coming into this second phase group stage, but Llandovery College are also on the attack. Orin.
Backwards.
It's backwards off the hand of Catherine Winder, another Scarlets under-18 player. And that's a forward pass, unfortunately, for Llandovery, just unable to hold their depth. And Millfield have weathered the storm. Their defensive line stood strong, and now they have a chance to break out of their own half.
Well, something we've seen across the last 4 days and a little bit of today. The biggest difference in between teams is the level of mistakes and little moments of...
But it's both sides' mistakes that have restricted them. Too many knock-ons for this level of the game, but away comes Llandovery now. Great offload from Florence Evans. Back down the short side they go. Kick from the boot. Here as Clifton College take on Berkhamsted right away here on RE2. What a great start for Millfield School, who it looks like it'll be them or the Dubai College to top this group. They play each other later on here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Up next though, Berkhamsted take on Clifton College in a huge cup game here at ROSSLYN Park. More action here from the ROSSLYN Park Sevens, brought to you by the Ultimate Rugby Sevens Academy. Here live on Next Gen. It's cupped competition time. This is the opening fixture for both these sides. It's Berkhamsted up against Clifton College. And it's been knocked on off the kickoff, so away come Berkhamsted. A great start for them. They were very impressive on our live stream here on day one. Here's Peters. Back against the grain. Flashed across the face. Bustamante
Stay on here, boys.
takes contact. Peters flashed it across the face once more. There's some real intensity to this Berkhamsted team right from the off. Lovely darting run from Heesam. And back across the face they come to stretch this Clifton College defence. Clifton College undefeated on day one. They scored an unholy number of points in that game as well. But a forward pass here means it will be a turnover. A great start defensively from Clifton, Will.
Yeah, very good start from Clifton. Both these teams are good ones to watch in the Under-18s Cup. They finished top of their group, beat everyone they faced yesterday. Berkhamsted, such a strong side. I remember watching them on RE2. Haven't been able to see much of Clifton. We've got lots of information for you. We'll see them live here for the next 14 minutes.
Well, Will Windows, the captain, was all wrapped up there from the base, so Berkhamsted will break away. A penalty for a high tackle on Peters, so still, here come Berkhamsted once more. Finn McDonald ties in two defenders. Orlando Bustamante from the base. And all the way wide they go, looking to stretch this Clifton side. Great fend, lovely run from Josh Heesam. But no try given with a lovely tackle in the wide channel, so it will be a Clifton line out.
Blue, your marks there, look. On the white.
Well, we're into the second day here of the Boys Cup competition. Of course, overthrown from the line out and not straight. The mistakes creeping in for Clifton.
Not the best start for Clifton. It's not what they would have wanted. They've got to brush off those early morning cobwebs. Get ready for this, because this is a big affair for both teams.
Well, Berkhamsted came out of a group where they tied on points with Whitgift, but their points difference took them over the line. That was an incredibly difficult group to come out of, and here they are on the attack. Oh, what a roll that is from Peters, number 9, who loses his shirt in the process. Great counter drive from Clifton, and they pick from the base. Old school rugby from Berkhamsted.
Advantage, not
Penalty
rolling.
for not rolling. Clifton College in trouble here. Here is Connor Peters from London Irish. Connor Peters driving to the line, just short. McDonald goes back to the short side. Should be a try here, but no.
No advantage, not rolling, number 4.
Just spilled from James Boylan, but penalty still for Berkhamsted. Now the hard runners come in. Finn McDonald comes up short. Boylan Peters, lovely flash cross across the face, but a huge tackle. Clifton College go fishing, and that's a massive turnover. What a great defensive set from Clifton College, Will. Well-deserved turnover.
Well, it was, but they did not make it easy for themselves. They've got away with that one. Bit of a lucky opening 3 minutes for Clifton, and now a chance for them to break forwards.
Well, this is the first attacking set for Clifton, and they could go all the way down this short side. It could be a saunter into the line eventually here. The chase is still on from Berkhamsted, but they choose to save the legs. Joe Wooler, the captain of the Bristol Bears at this age group level, has gone all the way. What a great run from him in that wide channel.
What a way to turn around this affair. Goes the full length of the pitch and gets Clifton the first score of the game. Berkhamsted will feel very hard done by. But what a way for Clifton to set the tone for how their day might go.
Clifton College's day one stats are disgusting, quite frankly, Will. 4 wins from 4, 151 points for, 22 against, a points difference of 129.
151 points scored. Well, they know it's a bit about scoring, and it's taken 4 minutes for their first. Not the best defensive start, but they capitalised on their first opportunity, which is great to see.
Well, that kickoff doesn't go to plan at all, however, for Clifton College.
Well, it landed on a very good tent, the UR7's tent, Wilf.
Yes, of course, UR7's, the ultimate Rugby Sevens Academy. We'll speak to them later as they sponsor our coverage here on Next Gen. And Berkhamsted look to inject some pace to the line once more. Into the wide channel, still driving is McDonald. And once again, they look to spread this impressive Clifton College defence. Lovely work to fashion out the little 2-on-1 there. Big fend comes in from Heesum. Loose offload, but they do excellently well to fashion out some quick ball. Neagle, McDonald. Still going is Boylan as he cuts back against the grain.
Don't push
Hugely physical side being put out here from Berkhamsted.
Oh, a little show and go, even sold the cameras there. And now here's Boylan, the Saracens player, playing 9. Blore. And can Berkhamsted take on Clifton once more in the wide channels? Bustamante still going. A great drive from Orlando Bustamante. And now here come Berkhamsted just 5 metres out. Lovely footwork. What a turn. A wonderful score by Alex Nagel.
Oh, what a great piece of play from Berkhamsted. Going both sides of the pitch, trying to find those areas in the Clifton defence to target, and they found one. And 6 minutes into this game, they've got their try and a chance for them to go level with this conversion.
Well, that was a wonderful try. Some textbook sevens, very patient play, taking it from one edge to the other. Finborough currently lead by 14 over on RE1 against Seaford.
Well, they're a sight to watch, aren't they, Finborough? But in the here and now, Berkhamsted getting away back into the game, which they did deserve. The way this first half has gone.
Lovely footwork. And they just search for the edge every time. Little pump and the show and go. Clifton score. Clifton concede, sorry, for the first time on day 2 here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Berkhamsted will get us underway. This will be the last play of the first half. And the first half, it seems, will end with a Clifton College free kick on halfway. Perfect opportunity then for Clifton, right on half-time, to have one more shot at this Berkhamsted line. That's a high tackle, but no advantage coming, so back from the tap penalty. And now Clifton will go to an edge. They inject some pace into the attacking line. All the way wide they go. Lovely offload inside. Oh, this is looking really dangerous. Clifton College have the wind in their sails. Dylan Madden. Madden takes contact. Great work to pick the ball up from the base from Eamon Rogers. The Bristol Bears fly half. And there's an attempt to the offload. Oh, he's knocked on, unfortunately, there. So at half-time, Clifton College will take a 2-point lead into the break. Berkhamsted School, who have looked very impressive, unable to finish off their attacking opportunities. Clifton College looked very dangerous right at the end of this second half. We'll see if the momentum will swing in their favour as we return very shortly to the action here on RE2. It's half-time. Clifton College leads 7-5 in this Cup second phase group. We're back for the second half here in a monumental clash between two of the top sides at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. We've heard already of their exploits on day one, but day two is all that matters for these sides as they look to make their way into the latter stages of the cup competition. Penalty advantage for Berkhamsted, who dealt well with that kickoff. Blore. And they look to go wide, coast to coast from Berkhamsted. Well, look at this lovely running, jinxing inside from Bustamante, who's looked very impressive for Berkhamsted.
Very patient work from Berkhamsted, trying to feel out that Clifton defence and see where they can get through.
McDonald takes them on in the wide channels. Lovely offload, perfect try. It could be a second for Alex Nagel. And Nagel will score.
Straight under the post. Hopefully they can get this conversion. They missed that earlier one. Small little mistake and they get the extras. 12-7. Great stuff from Berkhamsted, finding the space on that left-hand side. Bit of a pacey run, but McDonald making that initial carry ever so powerful.
Well, Finn McDonald is so powerful, isn't he? Crashing through the tackles.
It's strange to see how these teams play out. We've seen a lot of teams have very physical, big packs in their sevens side. Some focused on the pace and the smaller teams. What do you prefer, Wilf?
Well, as a front row forward, of course, I have no say on how sevens should be played, but I'm a big fan of seeing players with the physicality of Finn McDonald take to the field as Clifton look to break from inside their own half. Stripped in contact, though.
No advantage, he's legal.
Great disruption from Berkhamsted once again.
For a lot of these teams in the cup competition today, they'll be experiencing their first loss of the tournament, and it will be early on. So it's a bit different. These teams are going to have to experience that loss feeling. So it will be tough for them.
It's up to them. He can put it in either side he likes.
But Berkhamsted in the winning position as we speak.
Clifton College not used to losing games of rugby. Spits out the back, though, for Berkhamsted to play with. Ollie Blore on the switch around. Hard running to the line by Alex Nagel, looking for his third. But they come back across the face. Clifton are a player down. There's an injured man, so they currently defend with 6. Huge effort at the breakdown. But Berkhamsted come back to the short side. And that player's receiving no love from Berkhamsted. They'll keep playing. Heesum. And back around the short side they go. Nagel takes contact once more. Injecting a bit of pace to the line. Once more is Heesum. Good leg drive. They're up to the 5 metre. And it crashing over goes James Boylan. The Saracens player has scored for Berkhamsted. You watched his run on your screens. He just cut off the ball back to the short side. And Berkhamsted have scored another. Clifton are really under pressure now. Will Stace.
Clever work. They knew they had numbers over as soon as he made that run. Their eyes lit up, saw the try line, and that's their third conversion. Doesn't go through the posts. 17-7, a 10-point lead. Will take more than just the one converted try for Clifton to get back in it, and the clock is running down.
Watch this run from Boylan. Once he sees how well Josh Heatham has done to get up to the 5, he just changes his angle back to the short side to give Sam Kanama some options and a great score.
Clever work.
Let's go, boys, nice and quick.
Well, it will be Berkhamsted to get us underway from the kickoff. And that's a very contestable ball, but well taken by Clifton in the wide channels. It's a lovely offload towards Ollie Buckle, but it's been it's out of touch. So it's a line out for Berkhamsted. It's just not going Clifton's way, Will.
No, not quite. They need to put their heads down and concentrate. We saw this from Wellington in the last game.
Step right.
These sides just need to back on it.
McDonald takes it short. Huge tackle coming in there.
Stay on white.
And a great counter. What a tackle that was by Green. But down the short side will go Boylan for another. Well, just when things might be going Clifton's way, Oscar Green just didn't get the support he needed following that massive tackle. And Boylan goes sauntering in for his second and Berkhamsted's fourth.
Running away with it now. Absolute control in this second half from Berkhamsted. Clifton not used to losing. This will be heartbreak for that team. But Berkhamsted, they have come out shining in the cup early on.
If you want to beat Clifton College, you have to be incredibly ruthless. And that's what they've done here. They aren't put off by this huge hit from Oscar Green. Just massive contact. And there goes Green trying to disrupt in the ruck, but taken out of the game by the Berkhamsted player, which allows Boylan to shoot down the short side and add another.
As soon as you're ready, mate, let's go.
They've played the perfect game in sevens, took a hold of every mistake made by Clifton. Just to think about that early start, which they didn't take advantage of, but that's not mattering now. They're now taking advantage of those opportunities.
Well, Berkhamsted go piling into the ruck. Off feet is the call, and it goes against Clifton. So Berkhamsted will play through. McDonald once more. Driving towards the line goes McDonald. Huge tackle in there from Clifton, and a great turnover.
Clearly on his feet. You're pushing him around.
Wonderful stuff by their try scorer, Joe Wooler. And now they'll tap and go from inside their own 5 metre. They've only got a minute left here, but they'll look to finish with a flurry. Knocks on. So unfortunately by Tamonya.
More.
And Uendai Kadachi.
No advantage coming.
No advantage coming, so unlucky for Uendai Kadachi, who's very involved with the Dragons of Wales at the moment. A very exciting player, but
Good boys, Mark's here.
unfortunately it will be a scrum for Berkhamsted.
Crouch.
Well, they have been very much on it this game. Berkhamsted wants to watch this cup competition. A tough group they are in. Finborough, I believe, running away with it on RE1. So that will be an interesting affair when those two teams face each other.
No clear release, Blue. No clear
Popped out
release.
the wrong side of the scrum if you're a Berkhamsted player, so Clifton play away with it. They do well to win the penalty. Tapped by Finn Fielder, one of the Bears fly halves in this side. Lovely footwork by Clifton. They take it up to the line. Huge contact by Ollie Blore, who comes shooting out of the line, but it's still Clifton College in possession as they flash it across the face. But look at this commanding line speed from Berkhamsted, just shuffling Clifton back, and now they'll take it to the line and skipping through the tackles, but just slips in the wet weather. Still Clifton come, they take it down the short side. Out the back door from Dylan Madden. Holds on to it in the end. And Clifton look to stretch this Berkhamsted defence. Lovely switch in play.
Backwards.
And that pass has gone backwards, swept up well by Green.
Scrum advantage knocked on.
Knocked on by
No advantage.
Clifton, however, and that will be the end of the game. There was no final flurry for Clifton College, who have lost this game 22-7 against Berkhamsted School. What an incredibly impressive performance from Berkhamsted, Will.
Well, from minute one, they were on it. They've been ruthless in their play. physical in attack and pacey in areas where they needed to get over the line. What a performance from Berkhamsted. Ones to watch for the cup might be Clifton. They have their first loss of the tournament. Berkhamsted, ruthless and great to watch.
Well, how about this for a monster clash for you on RE2 up next? It's Denstone College, who did amazingly well to come through a wonderful group on day one, up against the famous brown and gold of Sedbergh. That's live here on RE2 next with Next Gen here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Well, there's more action for you here on RE2 live with Next Gen. It's Denstone College up against Sedbergh School. What a huge game this is from Cup Group E that also includes Brighton and Hampton. Well, Will Stace, tell me about how you think this game is going to go. Can you call it two of the top sides in the country?
I called it yesterday. My prediction was Sedbergh are going to lift this under-18s cup competition. They've been without that trophy for a couple of years. They want to retain that title, so I'm going to be backing Sedbergh here. But Denstone have been incredible this year. Third at St Joseph's College in the National Schools Rugby Festival in the 15s. They've had a brilliant season, finishing the top 10, I believe, in the Daily Mail Trophy. And it's their chance to show their stuff on the biggest seven stage of them all at schoolboy level. But I'm going to go for Sedbergh in this one. What are you thinking, Wolf?
Well, I've got my money on this Denstone side, who did amazingly well to come out group winners of a three-way tie with Millfield School and Henley. What a massive game that was. They managed to scrape through that group. But Sedbergh are in possession. Cutting against the game is Tom Burton, who's put a little nudge through, and there's another nudge through from Burton. And Tom Burton, if he can get the pick up here, it's just a little bit too wide off the third attempt at nudging it through. But what an exit that is from Sedbergh and from Tom Burton.
And they were applying the pressure, weren't they, Denstone? Sedbergh managed to find a way out. That second kick just didn't bobble its way that Sedbergh wanted it to, but a line out for Denstone. Better position that relieves some pressure for Sedbergh.
Okay.
Well, it will be a line out that goes Sedbergh's way. Claimed in the air by Elliot Skirth. A big lofted pass, well held by Denstone. And now Denstone can take it to the line. Clark, big fend to get round the first. Oh, and just a little show and go to see off Callahan. And now they'll go to the short side. Big tackle on Joe Dixon. But Clark showing and going and winding his way through. Footwork there from Garrett. Almost through the hole. Sedbergh are over it, but not supporting their weight. So penalty for Denstone. What a start this is for them. Lovely ball through the contact of Skirth. Offloaded once more to Clark.
Surely offside, yeah.
No, this time not releasing is the call, and Sedbergh have some love at the breakdown finally.
Be a bit harsh, but it will go the way of Sedbergh, and they've got ball to hand now.
Well, Sedbergh looking to attack out from inside their 22. Wooden. What a lovely lofted pass into the wide channels. That was ambitious, but it's come off for Sedbergh, as things so often do, as they look ahead for their 10s tournament, which will be streamed here on Next Gen, of course, this Sunday and Monday. Lovely footwork. And Sedbergh could be away into the wide channels here. There's a 2-on-1. Great pass. Sedbergh come away from it. Burton once more, put in by Ben Redshaw. A great finish. And this incredibly exciting encounter. Sedbergh draw first blood.
Well, Denstone have applied the pressure. Sedbergh have answered, and what an answer it was. First try of the game. Beautiful stuff from Sedbergh. Get the extras, 7-0.
Well, this was great work to break out from their 22. Wonderful footwork to put a man on the floor. And then Redshaw was just away on this wide channel. Great fend. Really clever play. And Burton, once he's in behind, no one's catching him. We've already seen his pace on show today. Great finish, and Sedbergh 7-0 advantage against Denstone.
Brighton and Hampton also playing in this group.
But what a break this is from Denstone. A great take off the kickoff. A lovely run from Garrett. That offload didn't go to hand, but it's back with Garrett. Huge offload out the back door. Cowgill brought down. Backwards still. So another chance from Garrett. Dragged down by Glover. Now the ball's available at the breakdown. Picked off the base by Reaney. They're freeing up the ball well. Clark is dragged down by Redshaw. Lovely offload off the floor. Great step to get round the first defender. This is a wonderful attacking set from Denstone, but turned over on the floor. And immediately Sedbergh look to break. They go to the wide channels. They've got a man over. And away goes Turnbull. The Newcastle Falcon with the step. Turnbull puts it to the toe and regathers. But a huge turnover, a crucial turnover from Joe Dixon. And this game is just breathless, Will.
It is absolutely breathless. What a step that was. Kick just didn't find its distance, and it made a lot more pressure on the man. Had to hold on to it, and goes the other way. Denstone.
A huge tackle on Dixon, and it's Ben Redshaw who's turned it over. The Falcon, lovely footwork. Ben Redshaw's round two. Still going, Redshaw through the contact. Offloads away to the try scorer, Burton, into the wide channels, and Callahan will stroll in. A lovely finish in the end from Sedbergh, who dive on these mistakes so well.
What a try from Sedbergh. Just so pacey. Always got an option, haven't they? Position themselves so well on a sevens pitch. They have lots of space to do it, as up north as they are. So a lot of these next gen will be making that travel up to Sedbergh. So make sure you're tuning in Sunday and Monday to watch some brilliant tens. We are here now watching Sedbergh turn on the gas. And Denstone, 2 tries down. Questions to be answered.
Well, it was great work from the captain, Redshaw, to free up Tom Burton, the Newcastle and England player. Callahan into the corner. And a bit of a miscommunication off the kickoff there from Denstone. You can't afford to make errors like that against a side like Sedbergh.
No, you can't. They will punish, and they can do it. Denstone, they're waiting for that moment of luck to get them back in this one.
Well, Brighton are currently leading by 12 points to nil as in the closing stage of the first half over on RE1. So it will leave Hampton and Denstone at the bottom of this incredibly difficult group. Sedbergh, clean ball from the base of the scrum. Footwork from Redshaw once again. Away goes the captain on the inside. A massive tackle that is from Hart, but still here comes Sedbergh. All the way wide. Could Callahan score another? Easy enough in the end. There were so many options for Sedbergh, and Archie Callahan has his second.
Wow, what are we being treated to here on RE2? Some of the best rugby I've seen played over the last 24 hours. Sedbergh flying ahead in this one. Ridiculous work on this wing. Another score.
Well, the heads are slightly down for Denstone as we come into this first half. The conversion isn't good, but that'll be half-time just as the weather starts to turn here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. At half-time in this tantalising Cup E group encounter, Sedbergh School lead by 17 against Denstone. We'll return very shortly after the break as we look at this last try. Just Ben Redshaw I'm sure you've seen on your next-gen screens all year, tearing up as usual. They do very well to keep the ball alive. And that's a wonderful pickup from Callaghan. And in the end, after the little hitch kick, he's got too many options inside for Clark to go hiring after him. So a great score.
Yeah, excellent work once again. Runs that into the corner. Beautiful bit of play from Sedbergh. Stuff of the highlight reel. And it's half-time 17 to Sedbergh, Denstone 0.
Sedbergh will be kicking off here in the second half, where they lead by 17 as the rain begins to pour. These conditions might favour Denstone, perhaps, Will.
Well, it might favour both sides. Sedbergh so far up north, they're used to a little bit of rainy weather.
Will Wooden gets us underway. Claimed well by Garrett, and Denstone take it to the line. What a huge fend that is from Dan Green. That's big. That kind of contact wins you fixtures against Sedbergh. Side entry, and what a tap that is. Away go Denstone. They've got the wind in their sails at the beginning of this second half. Patience then from Clark. Great leg drive from Clark, who's almost away from Tommy Triggs. Dixon, who's running the show for Denstone. From a logistics perspective, lovely flick out the back there, and Hart does well to gather. Hart against the grain, almost away. Dragged down by Blackburn. Hard line with two Sedbergh players to wrap you up. And that's fantastic work from Denstone to wring another penalty out of Sedbergh.
It's a great confident start from the boys from Denstone.
And just knocked on in the contact. And then the penalty as well.
That is so unfortunate. Denstone have started this half so well, and Sedbergh will look to play out from their own 22.
Lovely switch inside. Sedbergh looked to have found a hole. Huge tackle on Burton, who gets the offload away. Parry, off sail. Over the ball go Denstone. Huge turnover.
So much more confident from Denstone. Great to watch. They're going to make a feast for this second half.
Well, Clark got us underway. Dixon once more assessing his options. Takes it to the line himself. Offload out the back. The runners weren't there for Denstone, but they are still playing well with ball in hand. All the way wide they go. Reaney, patient stuff. And that pass goes behind Clark, but Reaney gathers. Great clear out at the breakdown. Held by Garrett. Garrett finds a willing runner. Huge tackle from Denstone. So impressive in defence. Perkins, Clark, lovely hands to Reaney, who's got two players to beat. And Reaney pulls back well. Lovely line, could be a score for Denstone. Garrett goes over, and game on. Denstone open the scoring here in the second half.
Well, wow, what a way to start the second half. They've clicked into their other gear, it seems, at the start of this second half. Another try on the board, and this one goes away of Denstone. 2 more to go, and they can make this game very interesting. Now we've got a game on our hands.
Noah Reaney to look to add the extras. Wide of the right-hand post. So Denstone will get the kickoff. It was a wonderful line by Garrett. Well-deserved score from him. Patient build-up play, testing this impressive Sedbergh defence. That's a wonderful ball out wide. Great play from Noah Reaney. Drawing the men, and then a huge line across the face. Battling through the tackle of Luke Parry, the Sale player. That's no easy task. A great score from Garrett. And Clark will get us underway.
Time on.
Or in fact, it will be that man again, Joe Dixon. 17-5 the score. A deep kick to try and put Sedbergh in their own 22. Burton goes wide, and Sedbergh look to have some pace to the line. Wooden looking for the offload, but it's backwards off Denstone. Penalty goes their way for dragging back the player while he was trying to regather. So eventually Lucas Wood will get Denstone underway. Well held in the wide channel, great offload over the head to keep the play going, but it's knocked on is the call, and that's so unfortunate because Denstone did really well there to keep it playing. Nick Galley, who I believe is in conversations with our very own Ealing Trailfinders at the moment about his future in the game of rugby.
It's very interesting, isn't it? But a sharing possession for both these sides. Denstone just need to find that way to get through the Sedbergh defence, but they're working really well, and Sedbergh now looking to show their stuff, playing out from their own half.
Well, it's lovely work from Redshaw to keep it alive. Burton, here's Wooden again, who brought such pace in that last attacking set for Sedbergh, assessing his options. Great footwork from Will Wooden, and this time they go to the short side where they've got numbers if they can use them. Great offload in the contact. This time they carry through Triggs, picked at the base, and skipping away through one tackle. Wonderful run this. Away goes Sedbergh. One man to beat. Dixon with a huge tackle on Luke Parry of Sale.
Advantage, 12 red offside.
Offside is the call. Galley drags down
Back foot.
Tommy Triggs. Still Sedbergh have possession. Burton will pick it up in midfield. Lovely footwork, Burton through the hole. Sedbergh score another.
What a step from Burton. His second try of the game. He's going to run down the clock here.
You can see why he's on the books with on the radar of England at the moment.
Oh, you can tell. What a try. Sedbergh, one of the teams to keep all their England lads. That's why they're one of the favourites. Got a couple in their ranks.
Well, that might be game over for Denstone, who have fought valiantly well against the famous Golden Brown.
Well, they've held their heads high. They have played well, Denstone. You're playing Sedbergh. Nothing is guaranteed in sevens. Let's rewatch this step here. Ball was never clean to him. Immediately got off his left foot. Knew he sold the Denstone man. Under the posts, ran down the clock. Another score for Sedbergh. Special work from Burton. Even more special from Sedbergh.
1.5 minutes.
Well, Sedbergh now will start from the kickoff. Denstone have a minute to go. That's an incredibly teasing kickoff. Just not 10. Great work from Oliver Glover to get up and tap. No, it's a loose pass. Burton's under loads of pressure. Big tackle by Hart, looking to hold him up over his own line and just dumped into the dead ball area. So in the final play of the game, Denstone have a great opportunity. But all the frustration that Hart may be feeling from not going under the sticks there, he's just let it all out on Burton.
It's a bit feisty, isn't it? Neat is turning up on RE2 in the Under-18s Cup competition. Talk to us about RE1.
Now, Brighton have defeated Hampton in this game as Galley feeds the scrum for Denstone. Great counter drive by Sedbergh, but not legally. Galley will tap and spilled over the line, but luckily for him, he did not tap it on the mark. Green will tap for Denstone and this time use the ball. Here's Wood. That's a loose ball, gathered well by Robertson. Tackler's got to roll away and hasn't, so another penalty. Sedbergh losing their discipline at the last here. Galley with a lovely line. Nick Galley has scored for Denstone.
And that will be the game. Great way to end it for Denstone.
Yeah, it's 24-10, the final score then for Denstone. I thought Nick Galley might have slotted that. Excellent effort from him. 24-10, the final score from Denstone. So Brighton and Sedbergh have won their first games in this incredibly tight group. Sedbergh go marching on, looking to win yet another ROSSLYN Park Sevens tournament that's escaped them for the last few years. But Denstone have looked very bright. They looked excellent throughout this game. It's just the ruthlessness of Sedbergh that we all know and love. And that was a great line picked by Galley. Great work to finish off that 2-on-2. So final score here, 24-10. We continue with cup action from the under-18. We continue with under-18 action here on RE2. Next up, it's the plate. Beach and Cliff up against Brooksby Melton College, who were so unlucky not to make it through to the Cup on day one. That's live next here with Next Gen at the National School Sevens here at ROSSLYN Park.
Yeah, roll red. Step. Yeah. Leave it now, green lands away. Playing the 9. No.
Welcome back. This is Beach and Cliff versus Brooksby Melton College. It's an all-ace clash. Beach and Cliff of Bath Association and Brooksby Melton of the more recognisable tiger stripes. It's a cup clash. Plate, in fact, under 18s plate, semi-final pool AA. That's Beach and Cliff, who I think are going to get in and under here. And if my memory serves me correctly, and it might not, it might be Rory Crum, I think. I'm not sure. We don't have a team sheet, but I remember that Rory Crum was playing at centre for Beach and Cliff at one point on Moora Blue Scrum Cup, Angus. That's what I'm working off.
Hey, if you remember it that way, that's how it is, as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're winging it, that's for sure. Unfortunately, yeah, neither team have come forward to us with any form of team news, so we'll give it a good crack. Also gives us slightly more chance to talk in more general terms in places.
Certainly does. Two ace colleges up against each other in this plate competition. Beach and Cliff reached the final, of course, of the Ace League.
Let's go.
Yeah, the opportunity to lose to Hartbury. I think that's the phrase that it's deemed as at the moment, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, there's not 9 under-18 girls teams yesterday that know that feeling. Yeah. My goodness me, absolute dominance of that under-18 girls ace competition here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens.
It's a pretty monopolised department at the moment when it comes to Ace League rugby, but Beach and Cliff have certainly given a good account of themselves this season, as have Brooksby Melton, who have had an up and down sort of Ace League season, ending up finishing mid-table.
Yeah, both teams done well to get through to the plate. I mean, basically anyone in the couple plate actually just being here on day 2 is a serious achievement. Day 2 is an achievement,
absolutely.
Those groups yesterday were absolutely brutal.
Set.
And there were, of course, some teams who, up until the final few minutes of their last game, were of full impression that they'd end up here. So that is just the tightness and fine margins that are utilised here at ROSSLYN Park, and some teams have certainly benefited from it, others not so much.
Oh yeah, 5 out of 11 groups going down to points difference. It is it is so difficult, this competition.
Step, Blue, step. Thank you.
Beach and Cliff, who are currently holding possession quite nicely in and around the halfway line. That little show and go to try and get a little bit of leg room on the outside. Nicely in towards the 22.
Lock on.
Spilling the ball, Brooksby Melton could have a chance to counter here. No, possession lost either way.
So unlucky there, because he had the right idea. If that had gone to hand and stuck, they were in for the try there. Really nice play from Beach and Cliff. Just unfortunate that although it's sticky conditions out there, it's not made the ball sticky.
And I must say, this pitch is actually doing relatively well to hold up. I mean, you may see in any wider shots in and around the pitches that there is little grass left in Wimbledon and Putney Common. It's a rarity for sure, and luckily this area has got a fair amount of it still going. It's obviously 24/7 rugby for 4 days on a pitch with torrential weather can have some detrimental effects. It's not necessarily the conditions for sevens, but may very well be the conditions that Brooksby Melton will want to play in. Usually deemed as quite a physical ace side, and they're showing that physical presence here as they move up in their first attacking phase of the game.
Roll, Red. Keep working back.
I'd just like to see them get the ball up and away from that contact area a little quicker, if they can.
Yeah, steal's good.
And they've actually fallen cool of that and have lost possession in and around that ruck time.
Ball's out. The ball is out.
Ball is available though. It's good intuition and a lovely offload. Brooksby Melton will set away. And they potentially thought that all was lost throughout that attacking phase. They managed to poach the ball from underneath Beach and Cliff's nose and get the score to level things up.
It was a turnover one way, turnover the other. You end up with defences thinking they're attacks, attacks thinking they're defences. No one's quite sure where they are. Space opens up, and Brooksby Melton College stormed through for the try, levelling things up, and not too long till half time as well. Good time to score that one. If you look here, look, pilfered brilliantly by Beach and Cliff, but then it's just a big counter ruck basically that does the job. A one-man counter ruck, and then a two-man just pilfered. Ball was out, wasn't it? And nice little offload, and that's what we were saying before just a second ago. Get that ball away from the contact area with that offload there, and the space opens up. Yeah, I mean, I know Sedbergh are sort of one of the high watermarks of the competition, but we look at what they were doing against Denstone College. When someone actually went into contact, if the support wasn't there immediately, it's in your interest just almost to throw the ball away, get the ball away as fast as possible, get it deep and start again, rather than sort of ending up in a ruck situation where the ball gets slowed down and you're almost ending up playing a game of mini 15s at that point.
Contact area is such a monopoly in the game of sevens.
Don't play the man 14.
Can end up going any which way.
Holding on. Don't go quick. You okay? Yeah. Back you go.
The rain just
No, he's on straight for the ball.
starting to go again now.
Here's your mark.
It's
Back to the 5, please, lads.
it's trying. It really is, and keeps on coming and going. As we head in towards the half.
Red, take the 5. Someone in the 5-metre channel here as well, please. Let's go, Blue. Take that try line.
And Brooksby Melton will have this line out if we can get a ball back. Just before the half, a good time to have this sort of set piece, Angus.
Certainly is. Very good opportunity. It looks like the rain is just coming down a little bit as well. Be a very useful time for a score.
The line out's good, and a bit of manipulation in the midfield means that the try scorer gets up, and a few too many rolls.
Keep going back, Blue, keep going. Yeah, that's fine.
If ever there was a sign in the conditions, it's the inside ball back to 12 coming on the hard line in a game of sevens.
It is, I think we're playing 15s with half as many people at the moment. We've just got a box kick. I mean, this is the sort of conditions that we're trying to play in. It's an excellent box kick at that as well, and it's well chased. The ball is out and available. Beach and Cliff can potentially nick it here, and it's Brooksby Melton who are under a lot of pressure. Clock well into the red. May very well be in their best interest to dispose of possession. They might just have a little crack of it. Ball's gone backwards apparently.
that ball, lads. You've got to release on the floor.
Penalty, Brooksby Melton.
Good afternoon.
Set on their travels more, one-up runners, and
13, you've got to get out of the way. There's your mark.
Beach and Cliff once again ill-disciplined their Achilles heel at the moment.
If anyone has lost their
Intercept pass has been thrown, and
one has
Beach and Cliff will canter in. It's going to be a race for the line, and just about held off.
The big strong Fend getting him across the line there. Defence was reeling him in, but he was not going to let himself not get that opportunity.
Certainly one of the larger pieces of furniture in this Beach and Cliff side. Getting over the line and re-establishing that lead as we head into the half-time oranges. Conversion is awry, but doesn't matter. 5 points is the difference here on RE2. This is how it came to be. You've got to say, Angus, that potentially this pass was slightly telegraphed.
Yeah, I think so. He stood in that line very, very early, wasn't he? And just about had the wheels to get there. The big Fend doing him a real service there.
Well, a little present wrapped up with a nice bow for Beach and Cliff heading into the break. They lead now 10 points to 5 against Brooksby Melton College at half-time.
Take the 10, please, Blue. Halfway line. Take the 10.
Well, apologies for the slight tardiness in getting back to you for the second half, because we were just sort of gawping at the weather, really. It's really just turned, and it's got a bit torrential.
I had sunglasses on about an hour ago.
Got to release the ball, Blue.
I don't think our camera is necessarily doing it justice at the moment. It's tipping it down. But Beach and Cliff responded with 2 tries either side at half-time.
Yeah, Beach and Cliff.
Let's just get him moving, why don't we, gents?
Looking like they're enjoying this weather. I don't think it's going to turn this into any more of a game of sevens.
Well, 2 converted scores either side of the break is currently the difference. Again, it's that work at ruck time. Was really nicely manoeuvred and a little offload, freeing the gap and space to dot down.
Yeah, that direct play doing the job for Beach and Cliff.
Start retrieving this ball if it's going deep. Leave someone behind the posts.
Few tired bodies out there now, isn't there? It's been a long, long 2 days.
Very much has, and still the biggest prizes to come.
Roll
That's
13.
almost the major part of this mental struggle. Is the most important games are the ones played when you're absolutely knackered.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to win either the cup or the plate, you've got to win 10 games over the course of 2 days. That is some shift.
140 minutes of rugby, and certainly can provide some fatigue, mentally, physically, you name it. They're feeling it. Brooksby Melton are not going to lie down, I don't think.
No.
Again, that breakdown area is just too much of a contest. Once you go in, you've got to get the ball away from it, otherwise this can happen.
And it's almost deja vu. Beach and Cliff starting to run away with proceedings as, once again, the breakdown is a little bit of a free-for-all.
Lads, he's on the ball first.
It's really aggressive counter-rucking from Beach and Cliff, really good, and then good awareness to spot that there's a bit of space in the blind side, but it comes back to that point that we were making earlier of if the ball's going to go into contact, the ball's got to come away from contact fast, because it's with a one-on-one ruck, you really are just putting yourself in a situation where the stronger man wins. You just got to get the ball away, get your supporting players as deep as you possibly can, get them realigning. Half the game in sevens is the work you do off the ball to make yourself a constant option. As the try scorer goes hunting in the deep bushes for the ball. Surely there's a spare ball for him. He's in there in the brambles.
I think he should be getting his wilderness badge. He's done a bit of foraging there.
That should become standard for the rest of it.
We see here, huge counter ruck comes in because it is just that one-on-one effort. And the pilfer and the pop out to the number 4 there down the left-hand side. Plenty of space for him. And a tidy little finish, and Beach and Cliff in control.
Yeah, it's gone 10. Backwards off red.
19 points of difference, 4 minutes to go.
By the way, I should give UR7s a massive shout out for helping us out today with supporting the coverage of the 2023 ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. UR7s have been absolutely fantastic with us and fantastic providing opportunities and development for young Sevens players across the country.
Can't play the man 9.
I imagine a lot of those players will be heading towards UR7s as they ramp up proceedings into the summer. And yeah, they potentially will be looking at slightly more ideal and idyllic sevens conditions by then. But it's not wavering Beach and Cliff at the moment. They're more than happy to play this brand of sevens rugby and seems to be suiting their strengths.
Certainly does. The rain and the mud suiting Beach and Cliff down to a T, just driving that one right through the heart of the Brooksby Melton defence, and then just finding the space to get a pass away, and a simple score really in the end for them.
Kickers awry, 24 points of difference though. This is a clear-cut performance from Beach and Cliff. They will put themselves in pole position to excel on in the plate competition.
Two minutes to go.
Cliff with a lovely kickoff. In fairness, it bamboozles that of Brooksby Melton.
Still back from red.
All gone backwards.
Still back from red.
Still backwards. Somehow this ball is playable. Up and towards the halfway line. Beach and Cliff decide the other way and using that blind side efficiently, and they will canter in for a 6th. It is a statement score from Beach and Cliff.
That's a lovely try, that. That's true sevens as well, wasn't it? We saw pulling the ball away from that contact area, looking for space, not being afraid to just tread water for a little second, allowing players to work back and get onside. And then when you do that, the space is always going to be available. 2 passes, and then that great offload through contact, and there's an easy run-in the end.
About a minute, just under.
Exactly as you mentioned, Angus, just using that blind side really effectively.
Yeah, and that's where you want to start taking contact on your own terms so that you can get your hands free and make a real dent in the opposition defence. Lovely score. Best score of the day. Well, best score of the game. Don't want to start labelling things quite with that heady praise. So just yet, we're still early on.
Here, it's almost slightly blending into one for some of us at the moment. So Yeah, with a statement like that, we might just have to water it down a little bit. Best try of the last 14 minutes. As the clock tips into the red, and Beach and Cliff will be happy and confident with this win. Brooksby Melton just been on the wrong side of proceedings today. This may see us through. Yes, it will. Well, in the battle of the Ace Colleges in this plate group, Beach and Cliff come out strong. Final score here on RE2, Beach and Cliff 34, Brooksby Melton College 5. Right, well, welcome back, and we've got some women's action to bring you here, and it's a tough encounter between two sides who, well, have never graced the field together, which is a unique experience. Alongside me, I am blessed with two co-commentators. I mean, this is incredible. We've got Roger from Jess Dubai and Giselle Mather from Ealing Trailfinders. So both of you here are supporting your represented side. Roger, I'd like to just briefly start with you and what sort of story this is for Jess Dubai for the people that may be unaware of how the team comes to be. Just talk me through the journey that these girls have gone through over the past few months.
Yeah, first of all, Ramadan Kareem. Obviously, it's Ramadan now out in Dubai in the Middle East. We've got 6 sides here at the moment, 3 boys, 3 girls. Our senior boys did well on Tuesday. They got to the semi-finals and lost out to the eventual winners, Rugby School. So, we're pleased with how they've done, and the girls have gone also well this week. Our under-14s got through the group, and these are our senior girls. And we're very pleased how they've progressed. They enjoyed yesterday. They thoroughly enjoy playing in the rain, the wind, the wet, the mud. It's sort of been part of our theme this week, which is sort of getting everybody comfortable being uncomfortable. So yeah, they've been really relishing the conditions, as it is in the UK. We've had sun, rain, wet. They love playing in the mud and obviously adapting their style, which in Dubai is very sort of quick and obviously sunny and very firm to what you can see now, that pitch, which is starting to cut up. But yeah, they're loving it, and we really enjoyed our week here. We sort of finished today, and hopefully the girls will go through the group and come up potentially against one of our arch rivals, Dubai College, who are here as well. So yeah.
Well, there you go, and Giselle, I'll bring you in briefly. Cardinal Newman got strong ties with Ealing Trailfinders. That partnership seems to be blossoming. Talk me through how proud you are to see this side doing so well at this competition.
It's been fantastic. They've had a really good run yesterday, unbeaten, and scoring some really lovely team tries. And you can see the conditions at the moment are incredibly difficult to play in, but Sophie, they're about to make the first try in such conditions. We had a wonderful carry from Zara there, put them on the front foot, and Sophie going in to score. But the school has got an amazing rugby programme for both boys and girls, and Ealing Trailfinders supports those programmes. They're part of our partner schools to follow us through in terms of a pathway. So from there, they can attend Brunel University and then on into now Ealing Trailfinders Women's Premier 15 side, which will start up in September.
I mean, you've got a beaming smile on your face when you mention that. And just how excited are you to have a Ealing Trailfinders Premier 15s team? I mean, that's such an achievement for you and your team.
Absolutely, it'll be sensational, and to bring elite women's rugby to Ealing Trailfinders, it's an incredibly progressive and ambitious club who hugely supports the women's game, and for us to have top tier opportunity to compete from there out of Vallius Way will be an incredible thing for the club next year.
And briefly, I mean, yourself, you've come from an extremely decorated background, both playing and coaching alike. I mean, when you've won the initial Red Roses, what number were you, 30?
I am Red Rose 35.
35, there we go. So one of the originals, and then obviously a lot of time at London Irish with their A system and Wasps as well. But what attracted you to sort of make the move to Ealing and the ambitions that this, especially this women's programme has?
I think the major thing is how progressive it is and how much the pathway is already in a very, very good place. So having youngsters come through and be able to see an opportunity to develop their skills from literally from the age of 12. We support clubs in our local area. We call them pods, places of development, and literally that's what we're doing. And look, here goes Sarah again. She's making real inputs there, sucking in defenders. Here we go. And again, from Zara's superb carry, we end up being able to capitalise and score. And unfortunately, it's not necessarily right now the conditions for the true form of sevens moving the ball here and there, but they're playing the conditions, which is wonderful to see.
Roger, if I don't mind, I could bring you back in. I mean, you spoke about it briefly in your original message, but it's potentially the antithesis of the usual conditions to which Dubai currently usually play in. But I mean, they're testing themselves. It's a tough Cardinal Newman side, but they're still showing real true character.
Yeah, I mean, in Dubai, sevens is a big part of the girls' sporting programme. You know, they play week in, week out. The club setup there is very good. The school setup's very good. So, you know, they're used to they're used to playing a good standard. Obviously, the conditions are one of those things, but it's the same for everybody. You know, they just relish. They just relish in playing rugby. They're a really good group of girls. They've been looking forward to this and training for this for months, and you know, it's really part of the sporting calendar in Dubai now.
My champion gets us back underway, and this is a bit of backtracking from Jess Dubai, but they're just going to try and assert a bit of phase play. I think they'll have the scrum to do so as well.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see them move the ball here. They've got a bit of pace out wide with Billy. Arushi, who's the captain, is a UAE under-18 UAE player. She moves the ball nicely. She's sort of the linchpin of the side. UAE rugby is very big now for the girls. There's under-16, under-18, under-20 pathways. They were out in Nepal recently playing, sort of West Asia. Some of them will obviously be going back to university in this country, and they choose universities now that are sort of good rugby universities. They'll go to Bath, Loughborough, Durham. So, you know, they're really into this sort of level of sport now, which is fantastic to see. Just we need the rain to avert and a bit of sunshine and the ground to firm up in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, that would be ideal, wouldn't it? It's a bit of defensive work for Cardinal Newman, which they haven't really had to do much of so far in the opening half. There's 30 seconds left of it. Dubai pick the ball off the floor and trying to drive through, but again, that ball like a bar of soap at the moment, Giselle Mather.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult, and it's who reacts first to it. Kat's having an amazing game at the moment, scored that last try and just secured that loose ball, and there's Zara again. Real strength, there's Kat again. Maya, the captain, a bit of movement of the ball. Look at that offload in. Looking after that ball.
Well, that is picturesque, Sevens, and are they going to get down? Yes, they are.
That's
It'll be
great try.
Sophia McDonald with a brace to see them into the half, but that was really what I call cliche sevens there from Cardinal Newman.
Yeah, and they can see the opportunities to keep the ball alive even in these conditions. The passes are only like a metre and a half that they're making, which is intelligent. So the support around the ball has been the biggest thing that they're doing, and reacting to situations when that ball goes loose. I think we're getting there slightly quicker than the opposition.
The kick from Maya Champion fades wide, but that will be not their biggest concern. They're in the driving seat for sure, heading into the break. It's tough conditions to play in for any side. Nevertheless, one that usually plays in nice sunshine and sand. But at the moment, at half-time, it's Cardinal Newman School 19, Jess Dubai 0. Back underway here, and surprisingly, in the 90 seconds that we had between the break, there's still been more rain and not enough sunshine, so conditions remain identical. Initially strong work at the breakdown from Jess Dubai, but it's a penalty to Cardinal Newman, and they'll break away. This is Zara Green, I think, who's been ever present so far for Cardinal Newman.
Yeah, Zara's having a tremendous game, and you know, these conditions really do suit her. She's sucking in defenders and then releasing players. Tyler, again, another very, very strong and powerful player who's made enormous progress this year and will continue to do so. Coached incredibly well by Phil Ward and his team.
She was wrapped up in the tackle. It was a good bit of cover defensive work from Jess Dubai to thwart that attacking chance. And now we're going to have to try and play out of their own 22. They go to the boot. Probably wise considering the conditions that we're in, but it's McDonald who's back there, who I imagine may be able to produce a little bit of magic. That's done on numerous occasions so far today. Good turnover though from Dubai. They'll be keen to creep themselves back into this fixture, Roger.
Yeah, that's trying to see, that's Vela now. So Vela's got the ball. Michelle looks like she's about to pick it up. Oh, there we go. Shame. Just need to get the ball for a little bit, need to get some momentum, need to show what they can do with the ball, because they've played some really nice rugby over the 2 days that they've been here. You know, they've been able to move the ball. They have got some pace out wide. Like I said, Arushi is a very good distributor of the ball. Delphina's done really well. She's been sort of leading the defence, as it were. You know, we're quite well organised in defence. Just got to keep the pressure on and look to take a chance now. I think if we score next, then we might have a chance. But this could be a crucial scrum for the side.
And Zara Green is actually given a yellow there after probably being one of Cardinal Newman's best players, and for a little bit of gamesmanship, I think it is, that she's sent packing for for 2 minutes. Now that could give Dubai just a little bit of a look in with that man advantage.
I think we need to move it out of the muddy areas. I think we need to get the ball out onto the sides.
There is very little that isn't muddy areas, in fairness.
We need to find some grass and some traction. Right, here we go. Right, this is, oh, Billy.
That ball is just, I mean, you can see it. There's more mud on it than there is grip, really.
I think we'll be good when we go back to the firm conditions of Dubai.
Yeah, I definitely think that a few of those players will be longing for nice 30-degree heat at the moment.
This will be very testing times now for Cardinal Newman playing with 6. It's not something that they're particularly used to. So for the next minute and a half, they're going to have to look after the ball, and when they haven't got it, to really put some strong defensive pressure on.
These are the
and
types
there goes Sophie McDonald. Fabulous opportunity there. Sees a slight gap around the edge of the scrum. She's very quick, very smart player, and has done incredibly well.
It's the types of moments where Cardinal Newman would be looking towards the likes of McDonald to step up and provide something magic, and she does just that. 3 today in this game. 24-0 now the score, conversion to come. And 4 minutes left on the clock. Cardinal Newman put themselves in prime position. And that conversion not successful. Giselle, have a look at this. I mean, this is incredible awareness from McDonald.
Yeah, she's a real athlete. She really enjoys her rugby, plays always with a smile on her face, a great team player, and she's just spotted that little gap there and backs herself, and has done very well. And even that way of presenting the ball there, it is greasy, it is slippery. She's held it in close to her body and slid in rather than trying to bend down and put it down. All small details, but smart things to be doing in these conditions.
Necessary precautions, absolutely. And that kickoff is strong as well, but just by with a bit of a spring in their step, but they're just failing to keep possession for more than a phase or two.
Okay, we'll come back. There was a knock-on.
Knocked on multiple occasions there.
I think this sees the introduction of Zara again coming back in, so we go back up to 7 now.
There's your mark, ladies.
I'll just take this opportunity just to thank everybody that's been involved with our sort of trip out here. We've had 68 boys and girls, 3 boys teams, 3 girls teams. Thanks to everybody back home that supported us. Thank you obviously to the staff that came out as well. To Mr. Wernham, who basically has overseen and organised the trip. You know, we've thoroughly enjoyed our sort of 5 or 6 days here, and I think sort of the exposure that we've given our boys and girls to rugby has been brilliant. Come on, Maddie, let's see if you can get round it.
We're looking for a consolation score to potentially.
Yep, so you know we're already looking forward to coming back next year. So we're already looking forward and planning ahead to next year. But like I said, I'd just like to thank everybody for all of your support, and well done to all the boys and girls that have been out this week.
Dubai just looking for that score. 60 seconds left on the clock at the moment. Cardinal Newman holding out strong defensively, but this has been the best set of defensive work for them. It's another yellow card for Cardinal Newman, and they're once again down to 6. Hands on deck to try and prevent the score from coming, but I think it very well might. It's Kira Thorne who will
well done, girls. Brilliant.
May not mean much in the grand scheme of things, but certainly a score that will lift spirits within camp.
You've got to do
I think the buzzword from the saying that I've said to them all week is being comfortable, being uncomfortable. Well, they're definitely uncomfortable now. I mean, it's absolutely, people can't see it at home, but it's absolutely tipping down. So well done to both teams for sticking this out. I'm glad I'm in the tent.
Yeah, well, James Rodwell, a former 7-star, has just turned round to our commentary booth and basically shrugged his shoulders at the conditions here. He's certainly not pleased, probably used to playing in slightly more tropical conditions on the World 7 Series. But there we go, a good exhibition of girls rugby for both Jess Dubai and Cardinal Newman, but it is the side from down the road that prevail. It's a final score here on RE2 of Cardinal Newman 24, Jester by 5.
Welcome back to ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Day 5 here on pitch RE2. More cup action as Berkhamsted take on Seaford for a big clash, which will tell the tale for how this group will end. Will Roberts is away for a few minutes, but he will be back. So just to cover, give you some great action as Seaford and their blue and white stripes taking on Berkhamsted. And the navy blue fade into the white shirt.
On the 5, yeah.
Seaford with an early penalty. Get to put ball in hand and try and spread it out wide. Almost taken into touch, and it is. Berkhamsted will get possession from the line out. An opportunity for them to get a hand on the ball, get some possession working. I'm joined here alongside by the man behind Next Gen, the man with all the knowledge in the rugby game, Angus Savage.
God, that's a high pressure build up, isn't it? The man with all the knowledge. I've got a little bit. Looking forward to this one though. Although the rain absolutely teeming down has rather put a dampener on it, hasn't it?
Yeah, the mud around here makes for an interesting case when you try to get to another pitch. We're lovely and sheltered inside the Ealing Trailfinders tent. Kick away from Berkhamsted, goes long, deep into Seaford territory. A long way to go back to recollect possession.
Arthur Chad's there. He's a man to look out for. He's a bit of a 7 specialist in the Seaford jersey.
Almost once again put into touch are Seaford. Now ball in hand, trying to spread it out wide. Got the man on the outside here, space to run into. Puts on the afterburners. Can he find his way through? He does. The number 14 of Seaford goes all the way through underneath the posts, and what a score just inside 2 minutes for Seaford.
That is absolutely sensational footwork and balance from Seaford College, because let me tell you, it is so slippy underfoot. To be able to glide and weave and step so hard off that right foot takes some real agility and some absolute control of your body weight. Absolutely fantastic from Seaford College. And even better for viewers, I'm going to hand over my co-comms mic to Will Roberts, who's a far, far more lovely voice than mine.
Another big build-up for our commentators here. But no build-up was needed for what was a spectacular try from Seaford. It felt hard done by in some of their 7s and 15s this season. But a chance for them to come back, but Berkhamsted are through on here. And laid off to their number 10. Alex Nagel goes under and gets them level, awaiting this conversion. What a way to come back, Will Roberts.
Exactly that, and an instant response from a team that certainly looked dominant in their first game against Clifton College, and will look to repeat proceedings here against Seaford. Not the ideal start they would have wanted, but look at this strong work here from Jack Hill, just bursting through and using his forward power and momentum to do so. Handoff is lovely as well, just to free up his arm and space for the ball to Nagel, who runs a superb support line. And it's a score underneath the sticks for the fly half. Gets this game back underway.
Slid over. Mud really coming up on the ground now.
Tackle, not release.
Referee goes for the penalty for Seaford.
Tap
Berkhamsted do get back well, giving Seaford some room to work with. And then number 12 of Seaford is still running through on this wing, causing all sorts of issues for Berkhamsted. Seaford. Pass goes wayward. Still on the ball. Great space in between, using so well. Seaford running towards the line once again. Held back excellently well by Peters, causing all sorts of problems. Now there is more support in the form of Finn McDonald. And they've overturned it, Berkhamsted. Do they have the legs to take it to the other end of the field? They might do. It's Sam Kainama. It'll go under the post, and what a score that is for Berkhamsted when they've been tested on their own line. Running down the clock as well. Berkhamsted get another.
Yeah, it's finished off well by Kainama, but I think it's just showing the connection and continuity that this Berkhamsted side has. I mean, they're certainly fierce competitors. Look at this. It's Connor Peters who identifies the space initially, and then almost from their own back garden, they're just away. And Kainama had the pace to spare. Maybe
he had the distance as well to run down that clock. Clever stuff from Berkhamsted. Rain coming down now, as you can see.
Oh, I mean, it's just absolutely woeful conditions. I was thinking a few minutes ago, well, about last year and about how I think we were in a shorts and t-shirt, weren't we?
Shorts and t-shirt, sunburn, 50 degrees, 50.
50 degrees?
50 degrees.
Went in Dubai, no.
Right.
Wasn't. I think that's
Factor 50.
Factor 50. You certainly had that on. You have that on now, don't you?
Terrible chat in the commentary box. Berkhamsted, penalty, look to go quickly. Slight slip from Peters. Once again, the penalty, repeated offence. Referee, charge. A bit slow at Berkhamsted. Now looking to go through. Excellent work, striving over the line.
Alex O'Driscoll, I think.
O'Driscoll gets that try.
Saracen, a loose head prop, is dynamic runner, showing his dynamism for all to see right there.
Extras added, 3 tries to the 1. Berkhamsted in the driving seat.
20 seconds.
What does Seaford need to do here, Will Roberts?
Just got to regroup, really. They've had 3 tries in quick succession conceded, which is never something that they necessarily want to see. So it is all now a case of just recouping, resetting, and potentially trying to get a score just before half-time to try and level things up.
Another powerful kick that will go straight out. A line-up ball, but no time on the clock for that to go ahead. Well, half-time here. Seaford have signs of something special, but Berkhamsted have been ruthless in their performances this morning, and are continuing it through to this afternoon. Berkhamsted 21, Seaford College 7.
Afternoon from RE2. If schools are on site, you are expected to answer for a fixture. That's schools, if you're on RE, please note you have a fixture on answer fixtures.
back underway with another interesting unorthodox kick from Seaford. And moving through the hands, the referee will bring this one back for the penalty. Away goes Seaford again. Seaford looking to get closer towards that line. Rain coming down. Heavens have opened here at Kingston Vale. But a great line made by the number 11 of Seaford. And he goes over to get the second try of the game underneath the posts. What a way for Seaford to come back into this one. These conditions are horrible. And Seaford and Berkhamsted are giving us a tasty affair despite the weather. Let's look at this again. Great clear out. Managed to get the ball clear and knew that there was some space on. Pacey line was made by their number 11. And he goes over. Gets them back within trying a bit's distance. His conversions proving very much storytellers.
Well, it all depends on where you manage to score the tries. Sometimes teams will be willing to concede scores if it means that they're conceding them out wide in comparison to a few phases later conceding them through the middle, because those 2 points can be the difference.
Berkhamsted now received the ball after a knock-on, a second knock-on. Ref will go back to give the original scrum down to Berkhamsted. These under-18 groups really hotting up. Make sure you're looking on the Sox website and on Next Gen XV. We'll be bringing you all the content and results and draws for later today, so you can try and understand what's going on.
But we all sometimes just have to get our calculators out, don't we, and try and figure out what is cracking, what's going on. But at the moment, just good to enjoy the rugby for now.
Tried to kick clear, did Berkhamsted. Not gone their way. Well collected by Matt Coleman. And then Seaford are there to arrive on a left ball. What is the referee going to decide here? Speaking with the linesman, Seaford believe they scored. Berkhamsted think that it can't be correct.
No try.
Yeah, no try is a call. His referee Mike's helping us out.
Yeah, assistant referee helping us. Deliberate knock-on as well, so it will be a penalty.
Penalty to Berkhamsted. Inside their own 5. Kick clear. Out for the line out. Send someone running for that ball. A little time-wasting tactic there, Will Roberts.
Yeah, it's all about that when it gets to these sort of gritty parts of the game. Teams just trying to hold out as much as possible.
Berkhamsted do well. O'Driscoll takes it in. Clear out's good. Once again trying to move it. Now moving through each man, going through the hands. Berkhamsted, big step inside. Lovely stuff from James Boylan. Still going, James Boylan. And penalty goes away at Berkhamsted, all going their way now, Will Roberts.
It is, and they're just going to continue to wind down the clock, I believe. Potentially even kick it into the corner. 2 minutes has been called. Scrum is the decision.
Well, I believe they aren't going to go for another try. Heavens opening. Mud bath on the pitch at RE2. I've never seen time wasting in sevens quite like this. Berkhamsted know how to run down the clock. And in the position they can push themselves into. We've already watched them win here once on RE2. First we've seen a Seaford across the 2 days. Both sides giving us Very good game. Free kick goes away off Seaford. Turnover ball. And now, could that mistake of not getting rid prove costly for Berkhamsted? Seaford now moving pacily through the hands. Gap found. Trying to drive their way through towards the line. Great pass into the number 12. Almost going over, giving everything they've got. Penalty goes their way, taken quickly. Step inside towards the line. Try scored from Seaford.
Crucially underneath the post as well, which means that don't want to jinx it, but this conversion probably will be good. Yes, it will. Means we've got a 2-point game here. Seaford have managed to fight back superbly.
Berkhamsted trying to run down that clock. Seaford said, no, thank you. Excellent work straight away. Eyes lit up as soon as that penalty came. And that's initial step sold both Berkhamsted men. Grim conditions. Will Roberts, have you ever played in something like this?
No, I would.
Oh, and Berkhamsted have gone forwards. Boylan running towards the line. Can he win it for Berkhamsted? Dives over, slides over. And Berkhamsted have another win in this group.
He's a big match player, James Boylan. Starred for Saracens over the course of the Under-18s Academy League this season. Probably their standout player with no Ruben Logan on England duty. So means that he has to step in and deputise in that sort of star player role, and he's done just that.
Very good work from Berkhamsted. Win is surely in their hands now. Conversion was good, and Berkhamsted gets another win. Seaford are beaten here on RE2, and Berkhamsted School, ruthless in horrid conditions. Let's take another look at some of these tries. And it is Boylan who got away, and this is the moment that they want it. Able to slide his way through. Berkhamsted have a chance to go even further in this competition. Do not write them off. Berkhamsted 28, Seaford College 19.
On RE3, Hampton versus Sedbergh. On RE4, Brighton versus Denstone. On RE5, Trinity versus Harrow. And on RE6, Kirkham versus Millfield. Those matches get underway at 12:40.
Hello and welcome back to the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Day 5 here on pitch RE2. More under 18 cup action for you as Beech and Cliff School take on Ipswich. Ipswich currently topping the group. 51 points scored. 2 wins from their 2 games, leaving them on 6 points. Beech and Cliff have got a win, so they currently sit 3rd in this group. So this game could change the way for how this group may play out. Beech and Cliff coached by Sean Turner and Jacob Ford, coaching Ipswich School. As we await the referee to get this one underway. Cup action returns to pitch RE2. And we are underway. Conditions slightly slowing up now, but conditions on the pitch remain the same as Edoardo Todaro, the Italian, strives forward for Ipswich. Nisbet Hadaway gets it out. Rory Hollis in the hands of Holdcroft. Hollis once again trying to look for gaps. Good work in there from Beech and Cliff. Todaro looks to play it through using his foot. Boots a ball once again, but Beech and Cliff will dive over this one. Still not taken hold of by Beech and Cliff. On the floor.
On the line, please. Back
hold
on
on
the line.
to, and Ipswich will get the penalty. Todaro gives it once again as Ipswich strive towards the line.
Not a ball. That's fine.
Given
Both
away. Holdcroft still takes it and goes over.
Both players on feet. Good competition.
Both players off the feet, says the referee. But as both sides made the same, it means that Ipswich will get the score. Holdcroft gets them over the line and adds the extras. A brilliant start for Ipswich. Just a minute into this game, already on the score sheet. Take a look at this once again. I believe that was Lamprell who initially went over. Nisbet Hadaway cleared one man away. Still not taken a hold of by Beech and Cliff. Off his feet was the call. And Holdcroft put the ball in his hands and went over the line. Unable to get the restart they want due to conditions here on the pitch. Beech and Cliff give away another penalty. Ipswich once again keep the ball. Possession back in their hands. Nisbet Hadaway. Still going forwards are Ipswich. Unorthodox 9. But it's working. Space out wide. And Holdcroft looks to use boot to ball, but is disrupted in the means of play. And that's a yellow that goes the way of the 10, Casey Pike, for Beech and Cliff.
Hit the ground, which is here. Penalty here.
To 6 men now for Beech and Cliff. Not exactly what they wanted, just 2 minutes into this game as Holdcroft gets us underway and looks to go over for his second of the game. Connor Holdcroft, what a try. Had the space, was able to get over. Reduced to 6 men, Beech and Cliff now with a lot of questions to answer. This one will be tough for them to get back into. A big mistake from them, and Ipswich have taken the rewards for it.
It's up to your team.
With the conditions out on field, any drop kick may not go their way. We'll watch this again. Look the other way. Knew there was space and time. Applied the pace. Dummied the pass. Number 13, Paul Sargent, was holding on, but he couldn't hold out Holdcroft.
Not 10. Free kick.
Kick not gone 10. Free kick to Beech and Cliff. Is this the moment they needed to get some possession and get themselves back into the game? Kick through, boots a ball, space and time for the man to work with. Danny Harper on the ball. Ollie Byrne. Another kick over, look towards. Beach and Cliff, and what a try this will be. Silky skills, boots the ball.
Time off. Time off. Is he gone dead?
Try given.
Okay. Gone dead.
Gone dead is the
22
call.
dropout.
22 dropout.
22 dropout.
That is a
Nope,
harsh
it's a
one for
20
Beach and
dropout,
Cliff to
then it's
take.
no goal.
We'll take
Hold
another
it,
look at
11.
this.
Hold it.
With the amount of mud on field today, the lines are
15 seconds.
wearing out. So this will be a big debate on whether this one was grounded before the line. Tried to get it underneath the posts. I believe that was grounded well inside that line.
Ball.
The Beach and Cliff will feel
Hold
hard
it.
done by,
Man can come back. Man can come back.
but Ipswich still remain in the lead and
Time off.
keeping their clean sheet. Hollis down the floor here, injured, which will give us a break in play. Well, we'll talk about that try for a long time, I think. One that wasn't given.
Fancy here. Tie back on.
Time's now back on. Beach and Cliff, not accurate within the hands.
18.
And they will come back. And that's a red card, goes the way of Ipswich. They are drawn to 6 men for the duration of this game. I believe in the rules that will mean his tournament is over. Slight mistake from Ipswich, and Beach and Cliff now have the chance. We've retained 7 men on the pitch.
Release.
Look to go the opposite way. Henry Bartlett working well inside the wing. Beach and Cliff now being patient in their possession. They know they have the upper hand now. Given out wide, time and space to work with. Looks like Casey Pike will go over. 5 minutes gone in this game. Ipswich reduced to 6 after a red card. And Beach and Cliff get a try. This conversion will be a far way out. I do apologise if anything was caught on the mic before that red card. But Beach and Cliff now with an opportunity to add some extras. Doesn't go their way, but 12-5 to Ipswich. And Beach and Cliff with the opportunity to go further ahead, give a shock result for this group in the Cup. Both these teams finished second in their group and both battling out to try and get their hands on that plate. Not gone 10 once again.
Play on.
Play on is the call from the referee as Ipswich retain their possession. Ipswich still going. Out into touch. Beach and Cliff possession taken quickly. Boots the ball once again. This worked the first time. Can it work for them again? Hollis tries to collect on the ground. Brilliant offload into the number 5. Has he got time and space on the wing? And he goes over.
That'll be half time, guys.
And that will be the half-time call from the referee. Beach and Cliff. Against the odds, they get a second try here. Ipswich reduced to 6 men because of a red card, and Beach and Cliff, they'll feel rewarded for that early decision that didn't go their way. And number 10, Casey Pike. Tough on field to add the extras.
12-10.
But what a shock first half here on RE2. Ipswich score 12, Beach and Cliff 10. We'll take another look at this try. Boots the ball. It was Hollis that tried to get over it. And the ground is not forgiving. Quick work from Henry Bartlett. Gives it into the number 5. And this time his grounding was agreed by the referee. Excellent work from Beach and Cliff. Questions to answer for Ipswich School, although they still have that that lead from their first try, which was converted. Ipswich School 12, Beach and Cliff 10. No time for any breathing. This game is ready to get back underway here on RE2 as Ipswich School still in the lead, but down to 6 men. Beach and Cliff will feel they have the upper hand.
Penalty.
They still need to get ahead in the scoreline. Hollis taps and goes into Tadaro. Uses boot to ball, trying to find his way through. And not spilled, and Tadaro goes over. Now it's Holcroft.
Downward pressure. Clear.
I believe that try was given. And it has been. Holcroft gets his third of the game. Down to 6 men. Ipswich get another on the board. Tadaro poked it through. And Holcroft's pace once again gets another on the score sheet. Now watch out, there is a shirt presented, a limitless shirt presented to the most tries scored by player of the day. Could your money be on Holcroft? Extras are added. 19-10. Beach and Cliff, they have an advantage, but it's going the way of Ipswich once more. Let's watch this again. Tadaro, grubber through. Battle on the ground, leaves it free for Holcroft. We almost joined our production team in the van. Holcroft, multiple try scorer, goes once again. Hat-trick for him in this game. Beach and Cliff, straight away from the restart, have an opportunity to give it out wide, not accurate.
Lost forward, then offside. Same as other way, lost forward, then offside.
Beach and Cliff given the ball once again by the referee. Another wayward pass. They've been handed every opportunity they can. And it's time to take a hold of some of the opportunities they've got. Knock on given. And Ipswich still going. Sliding around in the mud on RE2.
Play on, not out.
Oh, here come Ipswich. You can hear it with the referee's mic, just how muddy that pitch is.
In touch, it's not going quick. Players in from both sides. Not out here.
And a line out to Beach and Cliff. A platform for them to work with.
Man the channel. Thank you.
Due to not adding the conversion points onto their tries, Beach and Cliff would require more than one score if they were to try and beat Ipswich using ball to hand. Great offloads, but collected well by Holcroft. Holcroft pacing towards the line. Can he be beaten? No, he won't. Dives over once again, Holcroft. 4 to his name. 24-10 to Ipswich. Special play from Holcroft. Ipswich running away with this one despite the odds, despite being a man down. Nicked it from Beach and Cliff. Daylight robbery on RE2. Holcroft happily takes his fourth. Let's take a look at this again. I was just about to say how incredible these hands were from Beach and Cliff. Very fast-moving pace. Holcroft was there. Took a few goes and attempts to make sure he had the grip on the ball. Danny Harper was chasing him down. But Holcroft slid over. Cool, calm and collected. Got the fourth.
Play on, regathered,
Beach and Cliff.
Regathered, play.
Still going. Penalty goes the way of Ipswich. Everything seems to be going their way. After 3 games played, they'll sit top of their group. They'll want to win this plate. Some big names in the plate competition. Still got Cranley to play as well as Millfield. And as we saw before, It's been nicked, but it's gone the other way. Ollie Byrne trying to chase down the Saints. Nisbet Hadaway gets there to collect, but it's the 16 who dives over.
A return to the under-13 juniors tournament.
Well, this game has had absolutely everything for you to watch. We've still got 2 minutes left, and Beecham Cliff have an opportunity to get back into this one. Kick isn't good, but 24-15. Ipswich School not out of the woods yet. Brilliant take. 2 interceptions. Mud everywhere. Red cards. This game's had everything. And Beecham Cliff to go hold of that opportunity. Their number 16 dove over. And Ipswich are already through here. It's Rory Hollis who will go over and surely win the game for Ipswich. From the replay, Ipswich, ruthless. Hollis scores. Incredible game of rugby here on RE2. Ipswich, oh, you can't beat them, can you? Felt hard done by yesterday. Just lost out to Trinity by 1 conversion. 2 points put them into the plate. They surely will want to lift their plate trophy later on today, but 2 more games to do it, and then they've got that final if they do get through. You can't even beat them with 6 men. Hollis goes over. 4 for Holcroft, 1 for Hollis, 5 for Ipswich. 29-15. Our clock has gone red. Holcroft lifts it into Kingston Vale Sky. Penalty goes away. Beecham Cliff taken quickly.
Never 10.
And another card will be given here to Ipswich.
Come back to the mark.
Reduced to 5 men now. The remainder of this game. Kick over the top from Beecham Cliff. Can it fall their way? Holcroft is there. Tries to kick it out, but Beecham Cliff are there. They're number 4, George Arwood.
Release.
Penalty yet again for Beecham Cliff. They surely have the numbers out wide. Number 12 tries to run it in himself. It's taken him well. Excellent defensive effort, even when 2 men to the good for Beecham Cliff. Kick the other way, surely going to land the right time for the number 7, Toby Locke, to go underneath the posts. And that will be full time.
It'll be time on
as the referee agrees.
Yes,
so this one, if converted, will finish 29-22. What a game we've had here on RE2.
You've won, but let me tell you what.
Beecham Cliff add the extras. Full time given. Well, referees been handing out the cards all around. Ipswich School, despite the odds, despite what's been thrown at them, Holcroft, star man, star performer in their 7 side. We're going to have another look at this crossfield kick try to reduce the point deficit. Patiently waited for it to come up for Toby Locke. He goes over. And Ipswich School remain top, add more points to their tally. It wasn't done in the style they want to, but Holcroft and his men, after superb man of the match efforts, will get the win. Jacob Ford is a happy man. Ipswich School 29, Beecham Cliff 22. Well, more action here for you on RE2. Dulwich College versus Warwick School in the under-13s juniors competition. It's first we've seen of them on stream today. But Warwick in their blue and white stripes compared to Dulwich in their black and blue stripes. Two heavyweights of the schoolboy game. This is a look towards the future of how these teams might face up in the under-18s competition in 4 or 5 years' time. Great hands from Warwick. Almost had time and space out wide. Patient in their possession. Brilliant breakthrough there. Still going, a Warwick. Rumbling on. It took 2 to clear out. They look to go left and go out wide. Do they have the pace? It seems they do. What a run this could be, and what a try this could be. Excellent work from Warwick. Celebrates before he's touched it down. And Warwick under 13s, within 1 minute, get their name on a score sheet. Special rugby early on from Warwick. Oh, what a try that was. He knew he had the pace and kept going. Oh, Warwick aren't touching it. That hasn't gone 10. And the ref will bring it back for a retake. Scrum in the middle is the call, and it'll be Dulwich put in at the scrum.
Right, we'll go for this. Boys, take it very easy, yeah? Scrum-wise, yeah, nice and slow.
Well, this mud acts as if it's ice. Slippery conditions on pitch. Referee asks for a slowly uncontested scrum.
Right. Crouch. Line. Set. Ball, please, now. Okay. Early hook, free kick wide.
Early hook from Dulwich. And Warwick will have possession on the halfway line. Look to kick into action. What a shot that is from that Warwick man.
Okay, some more now. Some more.
Heavy hits even in the under 13s. Through the phases and passes they will go. Trying to find ways into the Dulwich defence as they once did. This winger once again looking to unlock his pace. Warwick working really well at keeping that ball. Accurate passes everywhere.
Advantage over.
Advantage is over.
Okay.
Just slipped there. As the advantage was over, we will come to a scrum down for Dulwich.
Player, you're offside in the midfield there. Yeah, stay onside, please. Scrum down. Let's go here. Let's go. You have to wait till the ball's in. Yeah?
Well, the sun is back out.
Yeah, happy with that, boys? Okay.
The rain has sort of come and ebbed and flowed throughout the day.
Perfect. Perfect. Much better, Black.
It's made for unpredictable games and slightly unfair fixtures as well. Some teams will be facing each other in drastic conditions.
Okay, that's gone. It's gone out. It's a line out. White ball.
That'd be a line-out ball for Warwick.
Got to give. Black, drop. Drop a yard.
Warwick look to use boot to ball. Chips over the Dulwich defence. Dulwich claim possession. Good work to get into their hands. To stretch Warwick onto the wing.
Fine in the end. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Play on. Let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes.
Referee letting this game go ahead. And brilliant work to go up the blind side from Warwick.
Okay.
He was caught eventually and turned into touch.
Easy on the scraggy. I'll give it to you this time. Just easy there. That's come. Huh? On the line there, please. On the line there.
Well, it's a great opportunity for both these lads, groups of lads, to get their opportunity on the stream in the juniors competition. ROSSLYN Park is really a celebration of all rugby. We're seeing the future of the game as Dulwich look to go out wide and use their pace. Now over the halfway line.
Roll away, we'll play.
Warwick really contesting within the ruck. But does that mean they have left some space out wide? Dulwich still going. Going back the other way. Great work to step inside. Still holding on to the ball, keeping that possession. Ball is loose, but Dulwich, once again, hands on the ball. Boots the ball straight into the Warwick hands. Bit of patient work from the Warwick winger. Hand off is good. Warwick looking to use some of their pacey men on the outside, and as they do, looking to go forwards straight away, unleashed, and the afterburners are on, and Warwick, just before the half-time whistle, will get their second of the game. And try scored from Warwick. Didn't go underneath the posts and will make for a tougher conversion, but look at this. No conversions in the under-13s game, so that will mean 2 tries to 0, or 10-0.
Okay, this will be the last play of the half, gentlemen.
Last play of the half. Our clock's gone red. So is the referees. Giving one last chance to both these teams to get something out of this first half. Not gone 10. And the referee will end that one at half-time. Well, Warwick have been special to watch. Pace on the wings. They know how to get out wide. And they have gone over to get their second try of the game. That finishes at half-time. Warwick 10, Dulwich College 0. More to come in the second.
RE Control. This is a call, please, for a master or staff member from Ipswich School in the boys under 18 plate competition. That's the master, please, from Ipswich School. Could they call into the RE Control?
Well, more action for you into the second half now. Dulwich taking on Warwick in the under-13s juniors competition. The sun is shining, music is playing, but wet and muddy on the ground conditions. ROSSLYN Park, we're giving you everything. Warwick, once again, know how to go through their hands, and brilliant work to continue the driving motion forwards. Warwick look to try and get it out wide.
Out of there, Black, out of there. Thank
Tough
you,
work
well
within the breakdown.
Interfering with play. Penalty.
interfering with play, says the referee. Penalty for Warwick. Tapped and goed. Great work to get out wide, but that handoff will be to the face. So given the other way, goes to Dulwich. Emphatic start to this second half. Dulwich now working well. They haven't found the gap in the Warwick defence just yet. And do they now? What a run made. What a break made. Dulwich looking to continue forwards, going towards the try line. He won't be stopped. He goes over. Just as I said, they couldn't find that break in the defence. They do just that. What a start to the second half for Dulwich. A brilliant, fast-paced run from that young man. We'll watch it again. Pass was Az's feet, but that didn't matter. Quick feet, in and out. Through he goes. He had the burners, the gas to get the way through. Leaves this game 10-5. Making it even more interesting. Warwick now playing with ball in hand. Referee really encouraging this game to continue on, not trying to interfere too much. Letting the juniors show what they can do. And Warwick deep into their own 22. Now managed to get outside. Good work, making some meters. Keeping possession, keeping it in their hands. Brilliant work, another huge shot from this young man. He finds a way through and he's still going. Got a man to his left to offload it to him, but he doesn't need him. Warwick are being ruthless. Inside their own 22, ball in hand, managed to play their way through and get their third try of the game. Being treated to some excellent rugby here on RE2. Big shot. And has the feet to get round two men. Saw the offload available. Had the pace. And didn't need to use him. Scanning around even at the final moments. Excellent stuff from Warwick.
Good afternoon, the 1340 round of fixtures on RE pitches.
Restarted once again. Dulwich, ball in hand. Gives a knock on from Dulwich. Will be a Warwick put in at the scrum.
RE2, Pete Symonds versus Bishop Wordsworth. On RE3, Dubai College versus Landovery. On RE4, Samuel Whitbread versus Millfield. On RE5, College of Richard Collier versus Cardinal Newman. And on RE6, Jumeirah
Dulwich in the first scrum had an early hooking.
Those matches just get underway at
So this time they'll make sure they're on it. Referee agrees. Ball is out. Not the way the Warwick scrum half would have wanted it. Still a chance for Warwick to go through the Dulwich defence. Still going is this young man. And not releasing.
He was the first man there, but he came in from behind, so it was actually incorrect entry, penalty.
Incorrect entry, says the referee. Not accurate enough, and the same young man always striving forwards. He's beating anyone on this field today. I believe that's his third of the game. It's a hat-trick for him. And Warwick running away with this one. Being treated to some special rugby here on RE2. Straight away from the restart. He found a gap, and he was not stopping. And no one was stopping him. Warwick 20, Dulwich 5.
Yeah, that's gone.
Restart is good. It's Dulwich now have another opportunity to try and get out of their half. High tackle from Warwick.
From here, sorry. You're a bit too far across. Still your pen. Make sure it's from the mark.
Ball in hand for Dulwich. The juniors competition will finish today. Only one day of rugby for them. But we will see one of the best in the 13s game crowned later this afternoon. So stay tuned, keep hold of all the scores and results live on Next Gen and on the Sox website, as Warwick are looking to add some more to the tally. Still going forwards. Possession now in the hands of Dulwich. They've managed to turn it over. Still Dulwich ball. Continue to play out. And brilliant pace here from Dulwich. It's a foot race to the line. And Dulwich are looking to add their second try to the game. What a score it will be. Had the legs to go all the way. And full time is the call. Warwick do win this one. But Dulwich gave it their all and showed some real heart here on RE2. But Warwick and their star man managed to keep the game going their way. A brilliant victory for them in the under-13s juniors competition. As I said, you can follow it all live on Sox and here on Next Gen. Kept going, had the legs. And Dulwich were able to get more from the game and reduce the points deficit, which could be key coming up later in the groups. But this one finishes as a Warwick win. Warwick 20, Dulwich College 10.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The action continues here from RE2, live with Next Gen here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. My name is Wilfred Kemsley, back on commentary for the next few games. We return from cup action here at the under-18s level for the women's side. A huge game between Peter Symonds College and Bishop Wordsworth School. Peter Symonds College flying high, undefeated on day 2 here, with a huge win against Coleg Gwent, as well as a comfortable victory over Hartbury in that first round. A Hartbury side they also saw off in the group stages. Bishop Wordsworth School are a fantastic story, having only started rugby as a group about 6 months ago. They've made it to the second day here, and joining alongside me to talk me through the journey is Ollie Brannigan, the first team captain of the men's side, who was here earlier in the week. Thanks for joining me, Ollie.
Hi, lovely to be here.
So it's testament to the progression of this side to see them come through day 1. How do you enjoy watching on at ROSSLYN Park Sevens?
Oh, it's been amazing. I think the girls should be really proud of themselves. Yeah, they're at the bottom of the group at the moment, but as you said, they've only been playing for 6 months, some of them even less than that, and you know, led by their skipper Sophie, who plays for Bristol Bears as well. But they should be really proud of themselves and how far they've come.
There's so much more to this competition than just where you finish. But speaking of their first day exploits, they did come out of a very difficult group, including Epsom and Llandovery College, who we've already had on the live stream, who was stacked full of Scarlets players. That was a fantastic result for them to get out of that group. It was a comfortable victory for them in the end over Coleg Camoid as well. That was their hardest game of the day, beating Bishop Wordsworth, beating Llandovery College 20-10. But in the here and now, they're fighting to keep their rugby going as we progress forward in Group E of the Cup competition. Bishop Wordsworth up against Peter Symonds College. Bishop Wordsworth in the blue and white as Peter Symonds College with a fantastic start here. They go driving away. A wonderful run from the number 13, Emily Blackburn of the Harlequins Academy. Dragged down excellently well. Penalty for not rolling here. So it will be
they're taking it quick.
A trick tap and penalty once more from Peter Symonds College, the state school from Winchester. And that's a yellow card for not retreating 10, unfortunately.
That looks like Laura Macon.
So Macon has left the field, and Florence Nella of Harlequins will tap and go. Into the wide channels they go here. Lovely step inside by Blackburn. And that's the opening try here for Peter Symonds College. Not the start that Bishop Wordsworth are after.
No, it's not, but they've gone down in their group stage on day one. First, they just need to keep their chins up and keep going.
Well, the number 1, Lara Macon, has been sent off, playing netball for Bath as well, so a very multi-talented player. There's plenty of those in this Bishop Wordsworth side. Yeah, Lara's only been playing rugby for the last 2 months, so it's quite a testament to Mr. DG, the coach, our coach as well. Do you know how far the girls have come? And they should all, once again, be proud of themselves, but getting a yellow card in the first couple of minutes isn't exactly what she'd be wanting. Florence Nella can't add the extras here, but it was a simple run-in, really. Great step. Lovely finish from Blackburn. And I was chatting to some Peter Symonds players before the game, and I asked them, who is there to watch out for. They said it'd be easy to tell you who not to watch out for. They're a very talented side, currently reigning supreme at the top of this group. Seeing off colleague Gwent by just 3 points in the last game, 2 tries to 1. That's a huge result. But away come Bishop Wordsworth with their first attacking set of the game. Peter Symonds College dragging them towards the touchline, but it will be a penalty there. That's taken by Lisa Topman. Well, Topman goes quickly there. Lovely work to shrug off. Opposite defender still going, Topman. Brought down just inside their own half, Bishop Wordsworth. Great footwork to break away. And once again, Peter Symonds College are over the ball, and this time they've turned it over excellently well. Ottaway comes away with it, and there's numbers up on the short side.
Huge interception by Poppy Edgerton.
Interception by the number 7.
Gone.
Izzy Taylor is away. Taylor for the corner here.
We've got 2 number 7s, I think.
And it's the second number 7 in sacked. Poppy Egerton with the finish. A lovely score. A great finish, and that's perfect for Bishop Wordsworth, exactly what they needed to get back on level terms.
Yeah, excellent read by Poppy, taking it cleanly, and she's gone there, gone all the way.
Well, a great score then for Poppy Egerton. The other number 7, Izzy Taylor, currently not on the field. Ollie, you informed me they do look identical, so I'll leave that up to you to identify the two. Thank you very much for your help, Ollie. But yeah, great score.
Yeah, it was, once again, excellent read, where Peter Symonds was looking really strong. She's taking it cleanly in.
Well, that kickoff hasn't gone 10. But Peter Symonds College will still look to play for it. They take it up to the line. Great offload by Della Savina, but turned over on the floor by Bishop Wordsworth, who scrambled to get things going. The conditions out there are rancid at this stage. So much mud on the field, but still they look to play into the wide channels. Slow play here for Bishop Wordsworth. They're just wrapped up in the defence. Peter Symonds College in with the counter ruck, and there's a turnover, but a knocked on the floor by Morgan Burke. So a good chance for Bishop Wordsworth to set up their attacking sets. Well, a great turnover, and they seem very keen to play, Bishop Wordsworth.
Yeah, they are. So their coach is very keen on playing quick, tapping quick. You know, it's a scrum. They'll play off that. Sophie carried the ball currently, playing Bristol Bears. We'll see if she looks to go blind. That seems to be a bit of a set play for them that they go to.
Well, Cowley has picked from the base, but slow ball, and this time they do go down the short side. Dragged down at the 15. Over the ball is Peter Symonds College, and a huge turnover. well from slow ball. They made good yards there, but it's been turned over by Peter Symonds College. And they'll tap quickly, will Sophie Ottaway, another Harlequins player for them. Swung on from Della Savina. Duxbury, the captain, takes contact and flings it away once more. Here's the try scorer, Blackburn, looking to go over the top, knocked on. And good defence from Bishop Wordsworth, they've managed to affect the turnover.
Yeah, that was really good from them. As you said, you know, Peter Symonds got their fair share of academy players in there, and stopping that, shutting that down is going to be a key part of their game plan today.
Bishop Wordsworth will get us underway. There's so much mud on that field. It makes player identification a little bit troublesome as we come towards the end of the day, so apologies for that. But we'll keep doing our best here as their star player, Sophie Cowley, will feed the scrum. Sophie Cowley now dragged down once again at the 9 position. Really well held offload by Izzy Keeley, but stripped in the contact once more by Peter Symonds College and just lost in the wide channels, unfortunately, there. Morgan Burke head up and was away on the switch around, but the knock on first. And yeah, you've been here for a few days now, Ollie. The conditions are very different to the ones that the Bishop Wordsworth men's side were involved in earlier with the Vars competition. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty glad I've brought my wellies with me. The park is practically unrecognisable to when I saw it on Monday, so conditions completely changed, and that really affects the way the rugby's played as well. We've seen it earlier in the minis game. You just watched the truck and trailer technique from those two sides. It was really just the physicality between Warwick and Dulwich. But we continue here with action from the under-18s Women's Cup. It's once again Cowley to feed the scrum, but not clean enough for the referee, although no one out there is looking pretty clean given the state of the pitch. Still, we'll restart here from a scrum. Cowley to feed. They'll need something special from her, Bishop Wordsworth, and this is a lovely mazy run. She draws in 2 defenders. Huge tackle comes in from Peter Symonds College as they cause chaos with their counter-rucking, and it has been turned over, in from the side. Bishop Wordsworth, of course, restored to their full complement. This is the final play of the first half. Peter Symonds College will play away to the wide channels, and they'll take it to the line. Great tackling, though, from Bishop Wordsworth as they look to disrupt. But equally, top play from Peter Symonds College to retain possession. And now they'll take it to the line once more. Penalty for Peter Symonds College. Infringement at the ruck. Nella swings it wide to the try scorer, Blackburn. Blackburn's away from one. Blackburn for the corner. A wonderful score for Peter Symonds College. A perfect way for them to end this first half. Unfortunate end to Bishop Wordsworth, who had some good field possession, but they couldn't make it pay. Yeah, the girls are going to be a bit disappointed with that, but they're only down by 5. You know, they're still in this game. They should go into the second half absolutely ready to go, and it can be easily changed. You know, the conditions really affecting the games today, and a quick turnaround could mean the difference between a win and a loss here. Well, the conditions are certainly dominating this fixture, as free-flowing rugby is hard to come by, but Peter Symonds College have managed it with that final score. It was a quick work from Nella with a tap pen. One Harlequins player to another. There's Blackburn skimming on the outside of Izzy Keeley. A great finish, a well-deserved score. Peter Symonds College, lead by 10 points to 5 at the break, with it all to play for in this second half. Live here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens in the Under-18 Women's Cup competition. Well, we're back here for the second half in this under-18 Girls' Cup encounter. Bishop Wordsworth School against Peter Symonds College. I'm joined by Ollie Brannigan, the first-team captain of the under-18 men's side. All to play for in the second half with just 5 points between the sides.
Yeah, exactly. They'd be really happy with that performance in the first half, only 5 points behind last year's winners. They were coming into this game knowing that and apprehensive, but they should be proud of themselves.
Lovely take off the kick-off. And Bishop Wordsworth going darting forward, lovely footwork. Breaking through the tackles, Keeley. Pass doesn't go to hand, but only backwards, and then it is knocked on. So look how quickly Peter Symonds College are to latch onto the ball. Duxbury into the wide channels. A hint of a high tackle there. So penalty once more for Peter Symonds. They tap and go quickly, keeping the pace of the game. Della Savina, lovely offload. Through the hands they go. Here's Blackburn, who could be on for a hat-trick. Lovely leg drive from Emily Blackburn, still going. Just 5 metres short are Peter Symonds College, looking for the perfect start to this second half. Playing at 15 style at the moment, just running it in tight. Held up at the 5 metre, valiant defending from Bishop Wordsworth, but a penalty for not releasing, unfortunately, so this is a great opportunity for Peter Symonds College. Della Savina pops it short. There's a tussle on the ground, held up. And a great reaction from Bishop Wordsworth, because that is great defensive work.
Yeah, exactly. Luce Topman there holding the ball up. Really well done. They're on their line, at that point. They played a bit of 15s, they've gone tight, and they managed to hold the score up and keep the game tight.
Well, wonderful work from Bishop Wordsworth, who are showing real fight in what will likely be their final game at the ROSSLYN Park Sevens. Over on the other pitch, Hartbury are currently beating Coleg Gwent. A huge result for them, but popped into the wide channels. Little jinxing run from Peter Symonds College, and a side of this quality are very hard to stop from so short out. Try scored. Well, as I was saying there, Hartbury are currently beating Coleg Gwent. So they are likely to overtake Coleg Gwent if they can beat them by a scoreline of more than 17. They currently lead 10-0. So still all to play for. Peter Symonds College looking like they'll top the group. Another great try for them. But it's been a great tournament for Bishop Wordsworth and for women's rugby itself, Ollie.
Yeah, exactly. The girls' rugby's only been around at Bishop's about 3 years since the girls have come in. And over those last 3 years, they've really come along. Seeing day 2 on ROSSLYN this year. Last year they didn't get through, and it's really just shown their progression.
It was, of course, Gabriella Della Savina with the try. They'll be very happy with that score. Kick off to Bishop Wordsworth and claimed well. That offload just goes behind the player, but they'll still look to break from inside their 22. Well, laid back well, but Peter Symonds College will turn this over at the breakdown. Huge from Abby Duxbury, the captain, who taps and goes and gives it off to Nella. Blackburn again into the wide channels. They go all the way. But that is a forward pass. Final 3.5 minutes of this game. Bishop Wordsworth trail 15-5. Another good opportunity for them. They've looked bright when they've had possession.
Yeah, exactly. They're still in this game. They're only 2 tries behind. 3 minutes, especially in the sevens games, plenty of time to get into it.
But that ball's been turned over at scrum time, and a break here is on from Nella, who's driving towards the line. Great offload. Just inches short now of Peter Symonds College. Well, it was knocked on there at the base. But the first knock on at the scrum was from Bishop Wordsworth. So scrum time this time for Peter Symonds College. Unfortunate not to be able to exit from there.
Yeah, exactly. They're in a bit of a tough spot at the moment, and they really want to get out of this in the corner.
Right in the corner. Surely Peter Symonds College must score from here. Lovely switch play, but just knocked on forward, so They've escaped, have Bishop Wordsworth, and now they have another chance to exit.
Yeah, that's a bit of a lucky break there. Now you can see some subs coming on for Bishops, but yeah, they'll be happy with that. They'll have another chance to attack, and they really pride themselves on that.
So you must be very happy, you know, as a fan of this under-18 side, how unbelievably well they've done to make it so far in the tournament, and this spells good things for the future of rugby at Bishop Wordsworth.
Yeah, exactly, it does. It really shows that we can put our hat in with the best. That's something our coach prides ourselves on, you know, playing with the best of the best, and the girls are really showing it off here.
Although that scrum doesn't go to plan, and Florence Sneller with a wonderful finish into the corner from the Harlequins Academy player. And Peter Symonds College have performed valiantly here. They lead by 20 points to 5. And they will top this group regardless of results elsewhere, as Hartbury extend their lead over Coleg Gwent on RE1. And of course, despite the scoreline, Bishop Wordsworth can be incredibly happy with their showing at ROSSLYN Park.
Yeah, I think the girls should be really proud of themselves. They've come a long way, as you said, 6 months playing rugby. That's nowhere near where any of the other schools are, you know. And
just think about where you and I were after 6 months in the game. Certainly not at this level.
No, absolutely not. And Peter Symonds have their fair share of academy players, so it is a tough game, and we've got a very tough group today. So
here's one of them, putting the big fend in on Daisy Badger, and that's a wonderful score from Florence Neller. Her side go driving on towards this cup that Peter Symonds are so desperate to retain. And they will kick off with under a minute to go here. They're just off the foot there, so Bishop Wordsworth will come away from it. Lovely offload to Badger, and that's just been spilled forward, but a penalty in the end for offside from the knock-on, so a chance for Peter Symonds College to really lay down a marker and finish this game with a flurry. They've looked so dangerous in attack, and their defence has been really solid. They've done well to contain Bishop Wordsworth, and that ball goes just behind. Of course, the ball now will be in absolute state. The mud, as you can see, is all over the field, coating these players. Blackburn gathers. Lovely offload to Duxbury, the captain, just rolled back into the path of Peter Symonds College. Lovely drive from Della Savina, the try scorer, and Badger comes away with it though for Bishop Wordsworth. Well held by Daisy Badger once again, new to the field, as you can obviously tell from the state of her playing kit. Just backwards there. And a big fend from Bishop Wordsworth, who looked to take it round the corner. This is a lovely run from Pope. Olivia Pope just dragged down, and look how quickly Peter Symonds College will sweep up possession. Duxbury, the captain, has turned it over again, but there was a knock-on there. And that'll be the final score. Bishop Wordsworth, who looked bright in parts, unable to take down the very impressive Peter Symonds College side, who will top this group. But a great showing and a great advert for the women's game here at ROSSLYN Park.
Yeah, exactly. It will really help Bishops as well, bring in some more girls rugby players. You know, next year they're definitely be aiming for higher. They did get through to day 2, but you know, they'll still be disappointed.
Which is a huge achievement, of course. Although they are disappointed with that result, they're out of this competition. Peter Symonds College go driving on. Thank you so much for joining me, Ollie. I hope you enjoyed your time on commentary.
Thank you very much for having me.
And up next here, the rugby doesn't stop. We return to the Under-18s Cup competition as Berkhamsted take on the very talented Finborough, who have rocketed through the competition so far and have become the dark horse of this Cup competition. We return live here on RE2 with Next Gen up next.
Welcome back to RE2. It is a big clash here, Finborough against Berkhamsted School. It's a heavyweight battle between two big pieces of furniture within the schoolboy rugby game. Alongside me for this one, no few players that are better to talk about sevens than this man. Tom Mitchell alongside me. Hello, Tom. First of all, how have you enjoyed today? Bit soggy, but enjoyable rugby nonetheless.
Yeah, it's not quite sevens weather, is it?
No.
It's a bit muddy, and it's all the teams are starting to look the same by this point of the day because it's mud versus mud. But no, it's great. I mean, it's always an amazing week here at ROSSLYN Park. Fond memories, albeit a while back, of playing here myself at school, and a great outing for all the boys and girls that are getting involved. And there's been some great rugby as well, despite the conditions.
It's a penalty to Finborough, who do well over the breakdown. Talk to me about the sash you're wearing and what's brought you here. I mean, you are sevens, a pinnacle of sort of age grade sevens rugby.
Yeah, we're a passionate group of people who are trying to foster the next generation of top sevens players. And not only that, but also just provide an opportunity for players who are interested in their rugby, who want to develop, whether that's sevens or 15s, and just provide an opportunity to do that. We kind of pride ourselves on creating an environment for the players where they develop as people as well as players and hone their skills as well under the microscope, which sevens offers.
Already it's Finborough who are stringing some nice pieces together. That's Toby Clinch of Saracens fame. He partnering up with Lance Kruger a lot during the academy setup. Both of them in action for Finborough this afternoon. Heavy frame of Sol Moody, and it's shipped out quite nicely here. This could work out for Reese as he cuts back inside. He's got Louis Sinclair in attendance. There is Sinclair just pondering in possession. Pops the ball up nicely, but it's like a bar of soap out there at the moment, and Berkhamsted go have it and whack it all the way downfield. And Tom, dare I ask, have you ever played in such conditions like this in a sevens festival?
Do you know, it happens more often than you think. Even around the world, everyone talks about the sunny places we go, but it does happen, particularly around this time of year, actually. It's Hong Kong Sevens next week, which is the big one, the one everyone knows. And actually, more often than not, it's absolutely pouring down with rain there. So this is good practice for the boys and girls who are playing today. It's setting them up nicely for those who go on and play at the top level. And that's coming back to what I was saying earlier. So exciting to think which players are playing today that might one day go on to represent their country. Hopefully Great Britain in Olympic Games, perhaps.
Exactly that. A few that have certainly showed their stuff. Berkhamsted get the penalty in and go for the little chip in behind, and Moody, I think, who's back there to present it. There's going to be a card shown. I think it's to Toby Clinch, who's been sent to the sin bin for a shove off the ball.
Tough to see what went on there. I think he must have checked the Berkhamsted player after he kicked it over the top.
Here's Connor Peters now, Berkhamsted with the man advantage. Nice little movement of ball out wide to Bustamante, and he will stride in. Orlando Bustamante.
I've heard a lot of good things. Know one of the coaches very well from Berkhamsted.
I was going to say, I mean, talk about a player to coach this sort of side. I mean, James Rodwell is a few better, no?
Yeah, he's an excellent coach and obviously a class player, a huge name in the game as a player, but has had amazing coaching experience since he retired from playing as well, coaching England and Great Britain. And he said that this guy is hot property, and it's good to see him out there. I think he's been carrying a couple of injuries throughout the day, but he's a solid unit, good athlete, and Bustamante going around the outside there, get on the board.
He's also got to be up there for ROSSLYN Park Name of the Day. I think Orlando Bustamante, I mean, it sounds like a pro wrestler.
Makes Tom Mitchell sound very boring.
What about Will Roberts? I mean, that is poor. Anyway, Finborough already back on the ascendancy. It's James Boylan who's pumping his pistons up towards the 5 metre line, and it's quick thinking from Connor Peters, who will scamper in.
Berkhamsted backing up the scores. So important to do that if you can.
They do just that. It's two in quick succession. Connor Peters, the heartbeat of both of those scores, you must say, and the work of him has has doubled Berkhamsted's advantage for now.
Often in the game, it can look very simple. It can look like nothing much has been done, but often it's the fine details, particularly in the conditions like this. Simplicity is always going to be the best way to go about it. And it might not make the highlights reel, some of this stuff, but the way they're able to move the ball away and just play the ball into the space, give the big guy on the end an opportunity to get a good carry, and it's from this that they're able to get over with a pretty straightforward score.
Well, Tom, I'm not sure if you've seen them today, but Sedbergh, a team that have basically been famed for doing the basics just really, really well, and that seems to potentially be something that these teams will have to capitalise on in these conditions. It's the handling that's key.
Yeah, I mean, these conditions put the pressure on those handling skills. Another thing which perhaps we haven't seen a huge amount of, which is good in these conditions normally, is the kicking game.
Yes.
Turning the team around, putting the chase, because it's a lot of pressure to go back, gather that ball in the wet, and then try and launch an attack from deep in your own half. On cue.
Well, Sol Moody's obviously got an earpiece in and was listening into Tom Mitchell's words of wisdom, and exactly as you said there, Tom, Connor Peters is wrapped up in the challenge and Sol Moody has got his mitts all over him.
And pretty big mitts they are.
Yeah.
Sol Moody's he's a big guy. On that kick decision, just to build on that for the understanding of those who are watching, perhaps not the best in that scenario, because as we could see, I think it was Connor Peters who was back covering for Berkhamsted, playing that sweeper role. They look like they're playing a sort of 6th defence in the front line with one back, almost putting Finborough off that kicking option. But Sol Moody doing the business, chasing up and muscling his way into making it a good outcome.
Finborough now have the set piece, and it is Rory Rees that tries to head down a blind alleyway, but he's met by a multitude of Berkhamsted players. And just getting scrappy at breakdown. And Tom, just in these conditions, how crucial is it to get the ball just in and out when it comes to rock time? I mean, those extra few seconds can cause some absolute mayhem.
And the key to that normally is the second man arriving as the support player. Very difficult to offload in these conditions, so probably I suspect teams tactically are hedging their bets that the second man arriving is going to seal over that ruck so that a scrum half can arrive and play the ball away.
Rees just about gets out of that alive and puts the ball onto Clinch, who's returned to action here, and a little bit of space on the outside for Louis Burns, but he skids into touch. Berkhamsted holding strong defensively.
Yeah, it's a tough one to watch a little bit. We often talk about how important it is if you're playing as an end attacker, you've got to try and get yourself back in field. Not always easy. He obviously thought he had the gas and the space to get around. Looks like he's got himself a penalty, so it won't matter.
And Tom, for those potentially, as we head in towards half-time, that are looking at this fixture and this tournament in itself and liking what they're seeing, I mean, it turns out the UR7s have got a few exciting tournaments of themselves ahead.
Yeah, well, this is part of the big thing that we're about UR7s, is creating the opportunity for players to play more sevens. It's not always easy to find sevens game time, and actually talking about the top level of the pro game, if we're going to compete over the years and through Olympic cycles, we need to get youngsters playing the game of sevens more and more often. So we've got our big regional festival coming up on the 16th of April, which is going to be a really, really exciting weekend. So we're buzzing for that. That's always a big one in our calendar. And we're also just looking to pull players into the academy, those who are interested in of a certain standard, so that moving forward we can get them involved in a full annual program, which involves residentials, in-season sessions, as well as the annual regional festival that I've mentioned.
Well, you can catch that regional festival live on Next Gen 15 on the 16th of April. Angus Savage is very pleased that I've just been able to plug that. But at the moment, on field, as we speak, Berkhamsted School in the driving seat, and they've had to work hard defensively to keep Finborough out at the half-time break. It's Berkhamsted 10, Finborough School 0. Well, welcome back. It's Finborough who'll get us back underway, and myself and Tom were just talking off air about, well, the state of Louis Sinclair, who's just caked in mud head to toe, and I think just sort of empathising with him and all the players out there, just how difficult it must be to play in this sort of weather.
So much of it just becomes a challenge of adaptation. And actually, a great example of that off the kickoff. It looked like they went for a sort of low dribbled one, because it's very difficult to get any bounce and get the ball off the deck for a competitive jumping chase. So they just dribbled a little one, maybe forced a knock on. Didn't quite work out, but I love the idea.
Well, I don't know if you can see him. Well, it's hard not to, but Junior Kapoku's on. Large frame of Junior Kapoku. It's not just one man on another man's shoulders. It is just one bloke, that. Under 18 as well. It's a bit scary, isn't it, Tom?
Not sure I fancy coming up against him.
Well, there he is. He's trying to make the tackle and potentially the wrap, but it's the work of Sol Moody which was slowing that down. Berkhamsted go back the other way through Ollie Blore, and there's Bustamante again, the first try scorer who gets the penalty for the high challenge. Blore, McDonald, and there's Heesam. Breaking through goes Kainama. Bustamante just driving those legs and angling himself towards contact, something that he's done regularly in the 15s game. McDonald, and a little bit of space out here for Heesam.
Tackle was complete.
You can hear the referee saying tackle complete there. It looked like he'd almost rolled out of the tackle, but if you go to ground with the ball and the tackle's completed, you've got to release it before you can do anything with it again.
Sinclair out towards Clint, who decides to bring it back in field. Finborough, this is good defence from Berkhamsted, who are being aggressive and could have possession here. Yes, they do. What a score that is. Working in transition.
Great read. I love to see an interception, especially in these conditions where it's very hard to be slick and put those punched passes in the attack. So there are opportunities for the defence to be brave, and that's exactly what we saw there. Stepped in, really nice timing, just plucking that one. Managed to gather it with the second bite of the cherry. And the only thing I'm disappointed with is we didn't get a huge swan dive, which I thought was coming.
Well, you look at this aggressiveness from Berkhamsted with the line speed, and them all doing it together in unison, the real key. Sometimes you see that it creates that dog leg and it can work against the defensive side, but there is textbook stuff about how to defend in sevens, Tom.
Yeah, often we talk about not giving the attack reads, so how can you be brave and take the space forward as a defensive line without giving obvious reads to the attack to step against weak shoulders or correct dog legs, as you said. And it was a good job there from the Berkhamsted defence, creating an attacking opportunity.
Once again got the ball, and as the mud squelches beneath those players, you can hear on our pitch side mic.
Knock on.
The knock on comes. Again, Finborough will have a chance to work it towards the Berkhamsted 22.
You get the sense that this is an opportunity for them that they need to take. With the minutes ticking down as they are, you don't have long in the game of sevens. I'm sure we've talked about that a lot over the course of this week. You have to strike when you have the chance if they're going to have any shout in this game at all now.
Set.
Ball fed in. Berkhamsted under considerable pressure. It's
scrum advantage.
Worked well. Ollie Blore was being a right nuisance. Still Finborough ball. Lumley took it in there. Is Sinclair. Produce moments of magic when necessary. Kapoku. Moody towards Lumley, and is Harwood Hughes. Good. Finborough just holding possession nicely, staying patient, and it's Clint who tries to find that outside edge.
Hands away, Blue!
Kapoku, good distribution from Finborough. As I say that, they goes loose to the deck. Lumley. Just a little bit of miscommunication between him and Moody. Knock on there. It means Finborough looked in places to be building something there, Tom, but little inaccuracies in handling the difference.
Yeah, they moved the ball quite well. The problem is it was kind of pretty without really going anywhere. And it's very difficult to execute that when it's this wet. And I also think with some of the personnel they've got some big physical carriers. Let's just simplify it, send those boys up, try and draw in some defenders into that ruck area, and it'll create more space when you do move the ball.
It's both teams' 8th game across 2 days. It's certainly some effort physically, mentally, be draining and fatigue kicking in, which means that they're going to have to dig deep in these final 2 minutes of this game. And stuff's going from bad to worse for Finborough. I think Louis Sinclair's been dismissed there.
Number 10.
That won't help their cause. You feel like perhaps time is against them now, 17-0 down. It's tough to come back, and Berkhamsted will probably just take the sting out of it now. Very important as they get towards the end of the day. You manage these games. Mentioned they've already played a lot of rugby, and it's worth remembering that. We often forget that when we watch sevens, is that these boys and girls that are playing late into the day 2 are trying to execute skills under a lot of fatigue at this stage.
It's not just the amount of games they've played as well, but almost the rest in between, those sort of 2 hours, hour and a half where you're doing nothing, then to pick yourself back up for 14 minutes of intensity. It's a tough ask, isn't it?
Oh, my back's been stiffening up just watching on the sideline, let alone running around for 14 minutes time and time again.
Well, Berkhamsted will be looking to just see out this game. They're comfortable with the position that they're in. Finborough is going to need a minor miracle if they want to get anything out of the fixture, and the boot to ball is implicated, and backtrack Finborough. There's Harwood Hughes who came back to collect it, but it's got messy at the breakdown, but illegally, says the referee.
20 seconds.
20 seconds left. That is it for Finborough. There is little back for them, but could get a consolation here if they work nicely from their own half. Clinch back in towards Kapoku. He's resisting contact at the moment. Uses Sol Moody, who himself enjoys it. And he pumps his legs and gets that ball out to Harwood Hughes, who's going to race in towards the corner here. A lovely turn of pace from the big man. He gets in for that consolation score for Finborough. Potentially something that if they'd implemented a few minutes previous, we could have had a game in our hands, Tom.
Yeah, just a bit of that directness that we said that we wanted, which I think served them well. They sucked in a couple of defenders in the ruck, and that we're able to hold Hughes, able to get some space down the edge, showed good pace to finish it. And sevens is a game of character, isn't it? When you're just gritting it out right to the bitter end, even when you know the game's gone. And a brilliant example of that at the end from Finborough. But Berkhamsted, with James Rodwell, the inspiration, the Berkhamsted legend, helping guide them to a wonderful win there.
Well, as you mentioned, Tom, it's Berkhamsted who prevail here on RE2. Final score was 17-5. This, the final try. Sol Moody showing his pace and, more importantly, power, handling off to his fellow front row union, Harwood Hughes, who cantered in, winger-esque, you must say, from the loose head, and was too little too late for Finborough. Berkhamsted prevail. Full-time score in RE2. Berkhamsted 17, Finborough School 5.
On RE1, Dubai College versus Cardinal Newman. And on RE2, Peter Symonds versus Millfield. Those two are the semi-finals in the Girls Under 18 Cup tournament, and will be played on RE1 and RE2 at 15:20. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's the final round of pool fixtures here in the second phase cup competition, live at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Tom Mitchell is still alongside me. Thank you for being with us here live on Next Gen to promote the Ultimate Rugby Sevens.
It's good to be here. It's nice to be able to express my excitement that I've been trying my best to contain on the sidelines throughout this week.
I've just heard the good news that I'll be there on the 16th of April for the UR Sevens regional competition, which is fantastic stuff. Up here though, it's Myerscough against Trinity in a big game for Trinity School, who are requiring results elsewhere to see them progress in the cup. They had that massive win against Ipswich yesterday on RE2 to make it through to this cup competition. A star-studded Trinity side, a bit of a golden generation for them. But that first pass just doesn't go to hand, unfortunately. So Myerscough will have possession. Myerscough College have done fantastically well in this competition. Slight unknowns, perhaps, when coming into this game, but they've got plenty of Sale players as well. And they will play away from this scrum. It's Gabriel Maguire, their captain at 21, marshalling things in midfield. Here is Maguire going to the boot. Well, what a lovely option that is, and they could be away here. It's well held in the end by their number 6 who goes herring away. Jack Roberts will score. What a finish that is by Roberts.
That's a brilliant option to put the kick through and see who will put it through as the sun blessed onto the pitch, but it was a great option putting it in behind a flat 7-man defence from Trinity, and a great chase from Roberts to come through. Fortunate bounce, but then he still had a bit of work to do.
As Maguire puts the boot in, gets Trinity bodies turning in blue and white and skipping through the intervention of Josh Bellamy. Of course, the Quins fly half. Bellamy on the chase, but can't stop Roberts. The perfect start for Myerscough College, who have struggled a tad in this group. A big 43-5 loss to Harrow School, followed up by a great game against Kirkham, which they still failed to win 19-7. Now this group is as complicated as it is, because Kirkham Grammar lost to Trinity just 10-7 as Myerscough turn it over in their first game of the day, so over on RE1. Trinity need a big win here, and they need Kirkham to beat Harrow if they are in with a chance of Cup Rugby. Kirkham Grammar need a big win over Harrow themselves to overtake them and for Trinity to lose, which didn't look likely, but Myerscough have taken the lead. Good attacking set down that far left-hand channel as well, Tom.
Yeah, this is probably not going according to plan for Trinity. As you said, they need a big win here, and you wonder whether the minds drift towards how many points we're scoring before you address the first job, which is to get ahead in the game and to win it first.
Well, they've lost the ball at the line out as well. Bellamy's pass not going to hand, so steering forward, here come Myerscough once more. Into the wide channels they go. Eventually, Jack Makepeace takes contact, stripped in there by Trinity though, who could go flooding away here. They go to the boot themselves. Medcraft is herring after it. Sam Medcraft here could be in. Great pickup from Medcraft. And that's the try that Trinity needed to get back on level terms.
Brilliant skill set there. To be able to kick that twice, 3 times whilst running at full pace and execute. And he's managed to steer it. Not only has he secured the try, but he's steered it nicely right under the posts. So hopefully they'll be picking up 7 points from this to even things up.
Well, what a score that is from Medcraft, who's leaving the field for the moment at least. Try and knock the extras. 2 points secured by Josh Bellamy. And 7-all now, the score. Great turnover on the floor, and it was Medcraft himself who turned it over on the deck. So beautiful work from him.
It's unbelievable work rate to pop up onto your feet back in the game. And great skills there. It's kind of reminiscent of Marcus Mineta, who does it for Argentina on the World Series time and time again, who scored a whole bucket full of tries doing that.
Well, a comparison that Metcraft will be replaying over and over on the stream here. But away come Myerscough now. And just passing into space on the short side. Jack Makepeace was cutting in. Didn't get the comms up with Dan Senior of Sale under 16s. Dan Senior is the youngest player in this side. He looks like a physical carrier at number 5.
There are plenty of very intimidating looking guys in this competition, and to find out some of them are that young is kind of scary, to be honest.
Well, it's a penalty that goes Trinity's way for playing on the floor.
Sorry, lads. I'm going the wrong way.
So they could look to... oh, no, it's actually gone Myerscough way for turning on the floor. The referee changes hands, but that kick through did not go to plan for Myerscough College.
Not a bad option, I think. I don't think there was anyone back for Trinity, but the executions let him down. Came off the toe line a little bit and skewed into touch. You can see from the referee's assistant's flag there as well, the wind. It's not just the mud that they're contending with there. It's tough conditions out on RE2.
Myerscough College from north of Preston. Played against local-ish rivals Kirkham in this group. Fortunately lost that game, but they are in possession here, and Bellamy comes out of the line to make a huge shot. Myerscough are back to what remains of the halfway line in the mud here. This time it's been nudged through once more, this time by Zach Baker. It's back off Trinity, however, who do really well, but great chase from Baker. And it's finally popped up, this time for Dan Senior. That's another try for Myerscough, who are putting a real spanner in the works for Trinity College here in their last scarf attempts to make it through to this cup final.
Really love that. It's exactly what we talked about. If you put the kick in, it might not necessarily regather it yourself, but you put pressure. And Myerscough with 3 chasers coming through on that kick, which meant they had one competing, a second competing, and then the ball was available to be picked up. See a really good chase first up here.
It's
doesn't
Baker
quite gather
through first, and then Baker who's back up to make the tackle.
Half a minute.
Then as the ball's just revealed, it's a good clear out from the Trinity player, but unfortunately left the ball exposed, and he's well within his rights to come through, gather that, and go over for the score.
Dan Senior of Sale, and it's lovely footwork right from the kickoff. Away down this centre goes Ollie Bailey, still going Bailey.
Tackle roll.
What a take and what a return.
Not forward on the ball, forward by
just knocks on as Omar Leon comes through to claim possession. Well, not the scoreline many would have tipped for this game. The mighty Trinity School from Croydon currently down 12-7 to Myerscough College, who have put in a fantastic performance. And at half-time, the scores currently lie 12-7 in the favour of the men in green. Well, we've got a moment now at the half-time break just to talk a little bit more about Ultimate Rugby Sevens and all of your work with them, Tom.
Yeah, it's been really cool recently for me, having a bit of time and getting back on the ground with your sevens, so bouncing around, doing a fair bit of coaching. And it fills me with excitement, because every time you actually get to be with the players, and we run academy for boys and girls from 14 to 18, and it's just the talent that you see. It just kind of fills me with inspiration for what could be for the future. And obviously not all of the players involved with our academy will go on to play professional rugby, but hopefully we're providing an amazing experience for them alongside their other rugby commitments. This isn't designed to be something that supersedes any school or club rugby. It's supposed to complement the work that they're doing elsewhere. And it's quite a cool, I hope it's a cool experience for the players, and we've got some great coaches along to deliver the stuff for them.
Well, it's absolutely the case. I myself currently attend Bristol University, as you did, Tom, with a couple of UR7 Academy graduates, including our first team captain, Samuel Cousins, and the Maroon 7 side are looking strong as they head to Bournemouth and Amsterdam.
Up UBRFC.
Fantastic little reference for Ollie Slimmer, club manager, who was here supporting his son for Clifton earlier, and Enzo Delalio, who came down to try and recruit some players for UBRFC. Kick-off here, though, from Trinity, claimed well by Myerscough, who might fashion a little 2-on-1 in the wide channels. And in these conditions, that was a very testing ball for Jack Makepeace to claim. Trinity go quickly. Lovely footwork once more from Bellamy, and Bellamy could be through the hole here, and he could go all the way. Josh Bellamy, a lovely finish.
That was delicious, bit of footwork. He's just skipping across the mud there. I saw that from head on from our position here in the commentary box, and that was a really lovely bit of individual brilliance. And he had the wheels to finish it off with a nice little dive over the line and convert it as well.
Well, Will Roberts' favourite player in the whole wide world, Josh Bellamy, with a great score there. This lovely footwork, beats the first player, spots the hole and says, yep, I'll have that. Straight through, lovely finish.
Let's go, Blue.
And all from the quick line out as well. Trinity will have talked about the importance of driving the tempo of this game. So opportunities to play quickly, I'm sure they'll take them as and when they can, because they've got a score to rack up.
Josh Bellamy will take that kick off. Very difficult to claim in these conditions, but Myerscough come away with it. They now trail by 2. Swung inside by Callum Matthew. Now back against the grain. Big fend, great offload. Little show and go. Puts the man on the deck, and they could be in behind here. Gabriel Maguire, the captain, is flying away. Great tackle by Bellamy, and intercepted on the inside channel by Ollie Bailey. Great defence from Trinity, and Bailey looks to hair away.
You've got to roll first.
There was no roll from
Got to roll.
the Myerscough defender. And Trinity will tap and go quickly. Great defensive work once again, this time from Zach Baker. We'll get the offloads away, another great tackle. And not releasing the ball before standing to feet, that's a silly penalty to give away.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Just like he hesitated, didn't want to give the offload, but we're off and running again, Myerscough.
Great line picked out by Myerscough, and once again they go to the edge. It's Baker once more, and Zach Baker will skip away for another try. And Myerscough take the lead once more. What a thrilling game of sevens we have.
That was a brilliant passage. That kind of encapsulates the best bit of sevens. Back and forth, both teams having possession. The players understandably looking fatigued, which just allows the game to break up and create a bit more space and opportunity for players. And Myerscough capitalising on that again. Really good performance from them, really taking their opportunities, which is all you can ask of the guys, especially when you come up against a top side. There will have been all sorts of conversations coming into this week about who are the teams to beat, who have the best players. Everyone knows who everyone is in this world.
Yeah, let's go.
Absolutely, there's so much chatter on the school rugby scene ahead of this competition and ahead of the long weekend of sevens to come, including rugby school and the Sedbergh 10s. But Trinity are keen to get us back underway here and re-establish their advantage, which they held for just a short time as Bailey takes it to the wide channels. Spilled in contact, however, and away come Myerscough. Callum Matthew battling with it in possession. And Myerscough look to go to the wide channel once more, fizzed across the face, well taken. They could be in behind Trinity here once again. They go skipping away. It's Thomas Hesketh this time, battling with Bellamy as the last man. And Hesketh dragged into touch. Great defending from Bellamy.
Oh, it was a nice little battle that. Hesketh with good wheels. I thought he was going in the corner, but Bellamy, brilliant cover. That's exactly what you want from your sweeper, your covering players coming across. Feel like Hesketh could have done a bit more to him, just needed to change a tempo or something. Whenever an attacker's running at that consistent speed, if you're a cover defender, it's easier to pick your tackle, especially when it's a side-on effort like that.
Long line out from Bellamy. Not straight is the call. That was ambitious. But now Myerscough will have possession once again, and they choose a scrum.
I like that option off the line. I think that long throw over the top straight to the 10 is a good option.
Doesn't mean it doesn't have to be straight.
Samoa have been a big proponent of that on the World Series. It's very difficult to defend, difficult to spot.
Well, we've got some news for you from RE1. Only 8 minutes into that game, but Harrow have a 21-5 lead over Kirkham, so at the moment they'll be topping the group. As Myerscough looked to dart towards the line, that was beautiful little steps from that man, Zach Baker again, but the final pass can only find touch. And Trinity will have another opportunity to exit. So it looks like Harrow will be topping this group as they skip away for yet another try. Or it could be a late fight back from Kirkham, two sides in incredibly similar kit on RE1. But we'll get you those results as soon as they come in. Here it's Trinity looking to exit, or perhaps looking to form another attacking set from inside their own half. They go wide off first phase. Jinxing footwork there from Max Farrell. No clear release. So Myerscough are penalised at the penalty. Farrell again. Skipping away from one. Quick ball for Trinity. Lofted pass. Eventually finds Bellamy. It's stuck inside his 22, goes to the boot. It just catches in the mud, but excellently well gathered. Out the back door, again doesn't go to hand. Wilcox battling with the green of Myerscough. Back come Trinity as they look to the wide channel. Could be a bit of space on for Bellamy to charge into in midfield. Lovely offload. And away go Trinity. They could be taking the lead here. They could be winning the game here. And it'll be a stroll in for their opening try scorer, Sam Medcraft. A lovely round narrative for Trinity. And they now lead 19 points to 17. Final whistle here.
19-17 to Trinity.
And a win for Trinity. There's 4 minutes left to go in the game on RE1, but Harrow lead 28-5. So despite an excellent effort from Myerscough College, a great end to the tournament for them. And despite all the best efforts of Trinity School, Croydon, Harrow School will top this group. But a wonderful game of sevens regardless.
Brilliant back and forth in that game. Myerscough will be disappointed they didn't score in those last couple of minutes to put the game away and out of reach for Trinity. But that's what it's all about in sevens, is sticking in it. And if you have to go 70, 80 metres to win the game on the last play, then sometimes that's what you got to do. And well done to Trinity there. Excellent work, staying in it right till the end.
Well, a wonderful advert for the game of sevens. Do check out UR7 website, of course, for more information about everything they can offer you from the world of sevens and their great academy work they do with players up and down the country. They have their own regional sevens tournament coming up on the 16th of April, which will be live on Next Gen. But up next on RE2, it's Denstone against Hampton, two sides who've struggled here on day two, both looking for their first win. Thank you very much for joining us, Tom.
Pleasure to be here.
We'll be back live on Next Gen here on RE2 at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens very shortly.
Well, welcome back. It's Hampton versus Denstone to see us into bigger and better things. You've got the girls under 18 Plate and Cup semi-finals and finals coming up, as well as the boys under 18 Cup semi-final, which will be rounding off proceedings today. Alongside me for this one is Jimmy Thompson. Jimmy, I mean, got two sides here who are top acts when it comes to schoolboy rugby. It should be an enticing encounter between these two.
Yeah, I mean, Denstone love to move the ball around and like play some running rugby, whilst Hampton's a bit more going through. So it'll be an interesting one.
Where's the front man stand there?
It'll be Hampton with the throw, and they come down with the line out, albeit slightly unorthodox. Denstone were high up in the line there, and still got possession.
Tackle. Stay on. Ball's out, yep.
Ball out and available. Down the line they go. Cutting back inside, Hampton.
Advantage, high tackle.
Up past the 10-metre line. That kicking behind, and it could work out quite nicely here for Hampton. A bit of footballing skills required. Gassing towards the corner. Galley's going to stop him, and he does ever so well. Nick Galley preventing the score there for Denstone, but excellent kicking game distributed.
Tackle there in the corner.
Boys, your marks there, front man.
Yeah. Initial little nudge over the top. And Jimmy, we've been seeing it more and more as the conditions sort of worsen, but it seems to be something that teams are bringing into their arsenal even more.
Yeah, I mean, the pitch is getting a lot muddier, so it's a lot less passing and long balls. Again, Nick Galley with the kick downfield.
This one finds touch straight away. A 9 by nature, the Spaniard. Played a lot of rugby for Leicester Tigers this season as well. Certainly one to look out for when it comes to marshalling at half-back.
Yeah, what an academy league he's had.
An instrumental for both club and school. I think this ball will end up Hampton's way. It will, and just going to ponder with possession here, back in towards where the line out ended up, and down the blind side go Hampton. Stuttering and starting. And their famous black and gold. Just running out of options here on this blind side. Denstone failing to keep them at bay, but that forward pass potentially Hampton just forcing things a little bit as they're struggling to get a bit of front foot momentum.
Yeah, I agree. I think set piece though for Denstone is going to be a big thing today. I don't know how they've done in their recent games, but for this one especially.
So they've got some traction. So they'll say the marks here.
Be Nick Galley to feed this scrum, and set up quite nicely out wide.
Set.
Out it goes. There's Alex Garrett to utilise players in and around him. All held up, and Noah Reaney was involved as well.
Tackle.
Strong challenge on Dan Green. It's hard to play 9, and Denstone still have it. Charlie Hart once more. Still going here. It's, Lucas Wood in the scrum cap. Clark. Harry Clark once again. England international offloads it, and they will stride in. First score for Denstone. Some really nice continuity in play there, Jimmy.
Yeah, there's great end-to-end stuff from both the boys. Yeah, great offloading as well. Good decision making.
Denstone do draw first blood. It will be Nick Galley to take this conversion. just off the post. I mean, Jimmy, you were taking conversions here and there for St Joe's yesterday, but talk to me just about how crucial those 2 points can end up being in games.
Yeah, I mean, I know loads of schools who've been knocked out from points difference, and it's literally only been 1 or 2. But these pitches, they're pretty tough to play on. I mean, the bounce of the ball is not going everyone's way.
Run it off. Huh? Somewhere in this mess. Kind of here-ish. If you want to take it sideways, I don't mind.
Glandy will get us back underway.
Stay outside.
No prizes for guessing which way he's going. All the Denstone players lined up on this right-hand side.
Nice low restart.
It's gone nice and deep, which means Hampton will have to play from their own 22, but they may very well be able to do that.
Tackle.
Wrapped up in the tackle on the 10-metre line. Hampton look to spread it wide.
Gap's beginning to open up here.
It's good cover tackle. That was from Jack Cowgill. A knock on as well. Will be Denstone ball. Done well to just snuffle out a few chances that Hampton have had, but as equally that aside from not too far from here, Hampton, they're struggling to find that attacking edge.
Yeah, it'll be good to see how much pressure they put on Nick Galley on the put-in here. See if he goes the blind side or not. There's a big 15-20 metre channel he's got there to work with.
Galley instead chooses the more orthodox option, finding Hart, who's piercing through the midfield, and that ball was dropped there by Lucas Wood, but Denstone were knocking on the door. Hampton go to the boot. This one's high in the sky, and it might bounce profitably. It will for Hampton, who dig it in behind. It's going to be a foot race for the ball, and it's well collected by Elliot Smith.
Tackle now. Counter ruck's good. Ball's out.
Counter ruck is strong from Denstone. They're still looking for possession.
Class footwork. Let's see if they can play out.
Well, the clock is in the red. Denstone, I think, are unaware of that. Alex Garrett did well to put them in this position. There's Wood. Through the middle they still go.
Basketball style offloads.
Galley, that pass just not sticking for Denstone as they see it into the half. A slender lead. Just the one score. Hampton kept at bay for now. Half-time on pitch RE2. Denstone College 5, Hampton School 0. Well, we're just about to get set for the second half, but brought in Will Stace, who's departing us soon, so we thought it best to potentially speak to him about his thoughts more in general of the tournament as this game gets back underway. Nick Galley is just about somehow nudged that ball out of play. It'll be a 5-metre line out for Hampton, but yeah, well, talk to me about this competition in general.
Well, this tournament's been absolutely brilliant. It's a shame that the weather's changed it to this position. The muddy pitches changing each game. You can barely see an inch of white on the ball. But this competition's been so much fun to commentate on and both watch as well. We've seen some incredible teams, but in this under-18s cup competition, prediction will be Sedbergh will lift that trophy.
It's a bold statement, and certainly one that could potentially prove fruitful. Denstone, though, the ones in the ascendancy for now, and it's Hart. Reached out and scored there. Charlie Hart with the score.
Oh, stretching over towards that line. What a brilliant score from Denstone to get the second on the board. Hampton, not the way they would have wanted to start this second half. The extras have been added. That'll be 12-0 to Denstone.
Look at this, just managing to receive possession off that line out. And a little half break from Elliott Smith. The work done by Hart, just cutting back on the inside. It's potentially slightly loose shoulders from Hampton that allowed for them to cross.
Yeah, halfway here.
Will Roberts, your prediction for the 18s Cup?
Well, I think Sedbergh's a relatively boring shout, so I'm going to go a little bit more rogue. I'm going to say Berkhamsted.
Good shout, though. Very good shout. Played very well today. We've seen a lot of them in RE2.
And I think that just their bigger frames will potentially allow for these conditions to potentially lean more into their favour rather than Sedbergh, who are a bit more sort of ball in hand and flashy. So, you know, that's going to be my prediction. Berkhamsted to win this. Denstone is certainly a side that we cannot sleep on. They've been impressive so far today. Had a tough stint, obviously, against Sedbergh, who I imagine will go through in that group. But
yeah, timing's good.
If Denstone can get a really good score on here, they could end up going through as the best second place. It's very much a possibility.
Yeah, fine, open play.
Hampton, stolen possession here, and they're going to try and race down the outside. The little kick in behind. Nick Galley is courageous in getting down there to retrieve possession, and Denstone set away once more. Hart
Tackle.
wrapped up in the challenge.
Now you've gone again. You've gone twice. You've gone twice. Leave it.
Dan Green just pondering and putting that ball in behind. Galley will race after it. It's
no, off feet, Denstone.
a penalty to Denstone.
No,
Tackle was made and
you don't have to let him up.
he got up.
It's not in the law.
Denstone very patient in their build-up here. More than relaxed to just keep the ball in hand, work with the play. Impressive stuff. Very physical and strong side.
Green onto Hart. Bit of manipulation on the cut and straight through. It's Harry Clark. Clark a little outside the back, and what a score that is from Denstone. Jack Cowgill the beneficiary, but Harry Clark usually finds himself in the front row, acting almost like a 10.
Running away with this one now are Denstone. Special bit of rugby being played here on RE2. Lovely to watch.
Cowgill's had enough there. He's a bit knackered.
I've got a little score update I've just seen over my shoulder. Sedbergh are currently down 12-5 to Brighton. That is a big shock to anyone watching the Under-18s Cup competition.
You've jinxed them, Will Stace. They're
game's not over till it's over.
At the moment, this is how it stands, is that Brighton and Sedbergh are on equal amounts of points. The points difference, I'm not sure what that is.
But what a try that was. The offload.
So it's
on the way through.
It's just a 4-point points difference. So if Brighton can get another score on and keep Sedbergh at bay, then it would be Brighton, I believe, who would go through regardless of what happens in this game. Well, what a moment that could be. Sedbergh not even making it to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They've still got a few minutes left on RE1. We're deeper into our game here on RE2. Stay with us, watch more of Denstone's demolition job.
Forward pass given. Hampton will have a chance to potentially get a consolation in their final 60 seconds of ROSSLYN Park Rugby.
Marks there. 1.5.
But it takes a big stint to go and win that Under-18s Cup. You've got to play 10 games of sevens and remain pretty much undefeated
Crouch.
for the entirety of that.
Bind. Set. Wait.
Hampton
Timing's good.
under the cosh here. Can they get that one final score? They put that chip in behind. It might work out here. Yes, it will. Hampton will race away. It's going to be a foot race for the line. No one will stop him. Nice way to finish for Hampton School, who bow out of this competition, no matter what the scoreline is on RE1.
I mean, there's far worse ways to go out. That is a special bit of rugby. And that one would be making the highlight reel.
Little chip in behind.
How long? 30 seconds? 30 seconds.
Working nicely, 30 seconds left to play.
30 seconds.
Denstone will receive possession. And after that, we'll be more than happy to get it out of here.
Before we go, big thank you to Next Gen XV and everyone who sponsored the stream this week. Shout out to the Ultimate Rugby Sevens. Go and check them out. Thank you to Ealing Trial Finders who've had us in their tent this week.
Clock's in the red, and this could be one final chance. Charlie Hart for Denstone. Hart still going, shrugging off defenders. Charlie Hart towards the line. He's got Cowgill alongside him. Will he be able to get there? No, he won't. It will be held up. We had no advantage, though. High tackle. Penalty given. Denstone don't want to wait much time.
On the line, make the line.
There's Clark. On next to him is Alex Garrett. Clark once more. Makes to get that show and go. Out the back it happens, and Alex Garrett will just canter in. No, he won't. He'll lay it off to Noah Reaney. A nice moment for him to get his score. The clock deep in the red, that will be the final act, and that's that for Denstone. They've done all they can.
Well, brilliant work from Denstone, and that'll be the full-time whistle. What a game here on RE2.
Well, thank you very much, Will Stace, for your company over the past 2 days. It's been good to have you with us, of course. Denstone, with their final act, proving confident over Hampton School. Final score here on pitch RE2 is Denstone College 22, Hampton School 7.
Hi everyone, Wilfred Kemsley back on RE2 to talk you through the plate semi-final. It's a huge game here for two sides who have battled through 2 long days of rugby. Hills Road Sixth Form College up against Tiffin School. Tiffin School haven't come far at all today to play today's fixtures. Hills Road, of course, from Cambridge. So two institutions of women's education playing a very high level of rugby here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens, brought to you here on Next Gen alongside Ultimate Rugby Sevens. There's some big games for you coming up towards the end of the day. After this, it's the under-18s women's semi-final and then the under-18 men's semi-final. So things do not slow down here on Next Gen. At the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens, Hills Road lose the toss, I believe, so Tiffin School pumped and raring to go. Very talented Tiffin School side that topped a group including Blundell's, RGS Worcester and the Worth School. The Worth School are in the other semi-final against Hereford Sixth Form. Hills Road finished second in that group. This is only second year that Hills Road have even come to ROSSLYN Park. Last year, they made it all the way to the semis of the Cup, where they eventually lost to Exeter College. This year, semi-finals of the plate is what they'll settle for, but it's still a huge competition on the line. And Tiffin School will get us underway. A very difficult kickoff, claimed well by Hills Road Sixth Form College, and they'll play away, looking to the wide channel off first phase. Little show and go. Lovely jinxing run there from Hills Road, and could have fashioned a little 2-on-1 there. The pass was just behind Ellie Radcliffe, but Radcliffe puts the fend in. Still going, Radcliffe takes 2 players to bring her down.
Finally successful, use it.
Noah Fletcher from the base. Back down the short side they go. Powerful collisions there on Holly McLean, and a huge shot.
Right, there was a knock
A massive shot from Jules Greatholder.
Tiffin ball.
Turnover goes Tiffin's way. That's a great result.
Okay, here's your mark. Mark is here.
Well, this is a huge opportunity then for Tiffin right at the very start of this semi-final. It was great work from Jules Greatholder to fashion that turnover with a massive contact, and now away come Lucy McKinnell and Tiffin. Great pass there by Fitch, and they're into the wide channels, but it's been intercepted from that knock-on. So away come Thea Sylvester and Hills Road. Johnson at first receiver. Turned over in the contact yet again by Greatholder.
Gone backwards, play on.
Always backwards, says the referee, so Tiffin will come away with it. These conditions make running rugby very difficult, but they're still working hard here. Is Tiffin School. Lovely patient play from them, but still they go towards the edge. Greatholder takes contact. McKinnell passing it on there at first receiver. Great leg drive from Tiffin, still making meters. Little show and go. And there's a turnover at the base, a huge moment for Hills Road and Imogen Johnson. A great turnover. Hills Road look anxious to get underway. Here is Johnson. Johnston once more to the line. Now she leaves it for Matilda Agon, and there's a bit of a loose pass there, and it's a penalty though for Hills Road, as these sides at the moment not stringing together the phases they'd like to, but perhaps the first decent attacking opportunity. The Hills Road who take it short, they get the offload away. They go to this time. Another penalty. And this time it will go... No, this time it will continue to go Hills Road's way. Ellie Ratcliffe, hands in the ruck, so Ellie Ratcliffe will get us underway. A bit of miscomms from the referee and Tiffin, but they'll still play. Greatholder makes the tackle. Johnson there in support. Ratcliffe is at 9. Johnson at first receive, a little switch play from Hills Road. It's a really scrappy game so far, and the conditions aren't helping, but still Hills Road come as they pick from the base once more, looking to free off the offload with runners through the hole. Ratcliffe breaks the tackle again. Lovely run from Ellie Ratcliffe, who gets the fend in, fashions the 2-on-1, and away go Hills Road. Holly McLean will go all the way. Great score. A wonderful finish in the end, inspired by Ellie Ratcliffe. A barnstorming run, fashioned out the 2-on-1. A try for Molly McLean.
You'll need to make sure you get that ball, please. Hills Road.
Well, look at this lovely finish. Ratcliffe does really well and then sends Molly McLean through the hole. Wonderful finish from there. Ellie Ratcliffe just saw off every player coming her way, despite the best efforts of Lucy McKinnell at the last.
It's got backwards.
Backwards off the kickoff, and great holder will come forward for Tiffin, searching for options. Lovely footwork to break the first tackle, but that offload's gone forward.
Okay.
So it will be Hills Road possession once again.
You're right. Bit of a face full of mud.
Face full of mud indeed for
knock
Maya
on,
Hallahan.
Scrum, Hills Road ball. Okay, time is on. Crouch. Bind.
Well, a scrum time for Hills Road then. Matilda Agoti will feed. Loose out the side, but well gathered by Hills Road's number 9.
Okay, tackle made, release.
Tackle there as Tiffin go fishing forward at the breakdown, but it'll come away for Hills Road. It's a penalty there for in at the side is the call. So Ratcliffe will tap once again. Tiffin are not 10, yellow
Time
card.
Off. 6, you didn't go back 10 before interfering. Off we go.
Abby Craddock will have 2 minutes in the bin, so Tiffin will play the rest of this half with 6 players. Hills Road must use this advantage. The tired legs and muddy conditions aren't helping, but Ratcliffe with a lovely ball into the wide channel, but as Rosie Mantle goes storming away, it's a forward pass.
Forward, scrum, Tiffin ball.
Over on pitch 1, Hereford are currently leading in the other semi-final against Worth School, 5-0.
It's a forward pass, scrum.
But we're further ahead here. And it's a scrum
ladies,
time for Tiffin to play with it.
In we come. All right. Crouch. To the left. Bind. Set.
Scrum time, pops out the back for Tiffin. And they'll have possession with their 6 players for the remainder of this first half. Good offload through the contact, just caught in the mud, the ball there, as it's almost unrecognisable. Great line speed from Hills Road. Great line speed from McLean, and a great counter-ruck too, but they come away with it. Do Tiffin. Chitty takes contact. Great counter-ruck from Hills Road, but back come Tiffin, who've just unable to fashion any opportunities in the wide channel. So the tap is good, and Ratcliffe runs into her own player. And now they need to get the ball wide. Lovely pass. McLean on the edge, puts in the fend. Offloaded to Mantle. Mantle in the wide channels. Back inside for Johnston. Through the first tackle. Still Hills Road. Take contact now. Inside the 22.
Make the effort, move!
Not rolling away, so penalty there.
You could have got out. Make the effort.
Ratcliffe taps on the floor once more. And Ratcliffe could start into the corner. And Ellie Ratcliffe has scored. Hills Road's key player in the number 10 created the first try and has scored the second. And at half-time here, 10-0, Hills Road lead. Last year they made it to a semi-final, beaten by Exeter College. This year they'll go storming into the plate final if things continue going their way. Well, at half-time here in this fascinating encounter between Tiffin and Hills Road, Hills Road have just been able to inject that extra bit of pace into the attack. And as Ratcliffe tapped went in here, she only had her mind set on one thing, and that was darting into the corner. Great pace from her, and a big win in that first half for Hills Road. Sixth form. We'll see if Tiffin School can respond in the second half. Live here on Next Gen very shortly. Hills Road with the kickoff. Great line speed from them, but Tiffin break down the short side. Here's Great Holder. Good offload from her. She's been very impressive for Tiffin. Lovely footwork, and the offloads are flowing. First bit of running rugby we've seen, but what a huge tackle that is by Maya Hallahan on
by Tiffin.
Ellie Ratcliffe.
Hills Road ball.
It was great line speed from Hills Road to begin with, but just as Tiffin were getting started,
There's your mark.
big tackles from them to turn it over. And then Maya Hallahan letting Ellie Ratcliffe know she's there to stop that potential counter-attack. But they will have scrum ball to play with.
Set.
2 tries to nil. They currently lead over Tiffin. No conversions for them. But they'll play away into the wide channels off first phase. It's good line speed from Tiffin to snuff out that attack. Clean over the ball. Molly McLean, the try scorer, and now they'll cut down the short side. Lovely offload to Molly McLean. And McLean could be away here, sees off the first defender. Still breaking through tackles is McLean, looking to free the hands on the 22. It's Mill Hill possession, darting down the short side once more. Mill Hill could go all the way here. There's a slip, back to feet, high tackle, still driving is Mill Hill, and just short Matilda Agoti is short. Picks it and goes from the base, simple enough for Thea Sylvester in the end. Well, that was a lovely score right in front of us here in the Ealing Trailfinders tent. And as the wind continues to blow, there's a real gale across the face of ROSSLYN Park now. Mill Hill School have scored their 3rd, and it was a wonderful team try. Great effort from the conversion, just short. And that was a lovely score. Well, we have the Cup semi-finals for you coming up at the under-18 competition. It's Brighton College against Clifton College, Harrow against Berkhamsted School. Huge games coming up in the ROSSLYN Park Sevens. Well, there's the kickoff into the wide channels, collected by Tiffin. Huge hit that on a Tiffin player, and a good turnover from Matilda Agoti again. Hills Road have possession. Here's McLean. Tackling hard, still Tiffin. Away comes the try scorer, Sylvester. Such a battle here in the mud. Down the short side goes McLean. Great tackle by Great Holder, and into touch.
Look at that, it's even got a mark. Okay. There's your mark, ladies.
Your first street, let's stay outside the 5.
Yeah, that's fine. Shuffle back for me.
Line out for Tiffin.
Okay.
Clifton College versus Brighton College. That will be the game to come here on RE2. Not straight from the line out, so Mill Hill possession from the scrum, I imagine they'll take. But yes, Clifton College through as the best runners-up. A great moment for them. And before all that, it's Millfield up against Peter Symonds College in the under-18 Cup competition. We've seen both those sides tear up on RE2. Millfield earlier against Llandovery College at 12:40. They recorded a good victory, and then Peter Symonds College beat Bishop's Wordsworth convincingly in their group. So 2 very talented sides. Pressure at the line out, but lovely nudge through here for Hills Road from Sylvester, and with the penalty advantage. We'll come back for the penalty. Thea Sylvester taps and goes. Great offload as well. Good work to keep the ball alive. Ranger goes wide now. Here is McLean. McLean with the fend. Molly McLean for the corner, and Molly McLean for her 2nd try. That will most certainly see off this game. Hills Road College have confirmed themselves a plot in the plate final. They'll be there in the plate final. And it looks like they'll be playing Hereford Sixth Form, who lead 19-0 in the other semi-final. So Hills Road College, semi-finalists last year at their first ROSSLYN Park, will make a final in their second. And it will be against Hereford if they can hold on to their 19-0 advantage on RE1. But this was a really simple try in the end. Just great work through the hands, great offloads to draw in the Tiffin players. Granger found Ratcliffe once again. Great fend on Mayor Hallahan, who's a great tackler, so a very impressive work from Molly McLean. And a good touch from Tiffin at the kickoff as they look to be in behind here, and they put the fend in as well. This is a great run from Tiffin. Well, really well held by Fitch to keep the attack alive. Johnston. Wide to Stevens. Beth Stevens takes contact. Good counter-up by Mill Hill. Off feet, unfortunately.
Off your feet, 12. Leave her.
So Tiffin will get us back underway.
Thank you. Roll away, Blue.
Johnston takes contact. Stevens to the short side. Great work on the wraparound to keep the attack alive as... And picked at the base excellently well as Tiffin looked to inject some pace into the attack. Williams will saunter in, undefended. And that's a well-deserved try to finish this game from Tiffin, who have fought hard in the mud. And with the couple of penalties that Hills Road conceded, they haven't conceded many. Hills Road College, but they have today in that final phase. Well, the game is certainly over, as we said earlier, but Tiffin have taken something away from this semi-final after 2 very long days of rugby.
That's all right.
Well, Hills Road
well played, ladies.
are through to the final, the plate final, where they will play Hereford or the Worth School, but likely Hereford given the events on RE1. Tiffin School have had a long, hard 2 days of rugby and have certainly left their mark on this semi-final. But we move on to the Under-18 Women's Cup semi-final between 2 very talented sides, Millfield and Peter Symonds College, who we are not strangers to here, live on RE2 with Next Gen. So we'll kick off that semi-final very shortly as we come to the absolute closing stages of a very long week of rugby here at the ROSSLYN Park National Schools Sevens. Well, we're back here, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, for a huge Under-18s Cup semi-final between Peter Symonds College and Millfield School. Elsewhere, Cardinal Newman will be taking on the Dubai College. So Millfield School and the Dubai College, 2 sides that my co-commentator Robin Kovashev have played today as the co-captain of your side. How's it gone overall? How have you enjoyed these long 2 days of rugby at ROSSLYN Park?
Well, they've been a good challenge to play up against. Like Llandovery College has really enjoyed their time playing against all the schools we've played, and they've really given us a challenge. Well, like challenging games to play against, so it's been a really good experience.
Llandovery College, of course, finishing third in their group, just behind Millfield on 6 points and Dubai College on 9. And Millfield, after finishing second, will play Peter Symonds College, who did very well to top their group. But it's Peter Symonds College who will kick us off here. And Millfield will run us off from the kickoff. It was a knock on, and then it was offside. You hear the American accent of our referee. There's referees come from far and wide. The MLR referees have had a few invited, which is great to see. Such a high standard of refereeing here at ROSSLYN Park, and Peter Symonds College will take contact right up to the 15, and they're on to the 22, and what a start this could be. Morgan Burke could be away to score. The perfect start for Peter Symonds College. What a try that was. What do you make of the opening score?
Yeah, it was a good first try. She saw the gap and she went for it, and then, yeah, got the try at the end of the day. We'll see if she gets the kick now.
You spoke earlier about off-stream of the difficulties of playing running rugby in these torrid conditions. So how important is it to get an early score when these sides can so often get stuck in the mud?
Yeah, it is important, like, to start off like strong and just get in there while you're kind of clean, because these conditions are quite difficult to play in, especially when it's so muddy and the ball is difficult to catch. So,
and of course, plenty of fatigue after 2 long days of rugby.
Yes, definitely.
Well, it was a really quick turnover for Peter Symonds College. They wasted no time, and Morgan Burke went into the corner for the opening score. Dubai College take on Gabriel Newman on the other pitch. Dubai College have a big following. You, of course, played them as well earlier today.
Yes, their crowd was cheering them on alongside, which made it an interesting game because it meant that they had a big crowd cheering them on.
Well, that was a first attacking phase for Millfield, but taking it to the edge and turned over, and Millfield just unable to retain possession so far in this game.
Going into a scrum.
Well, it will be Florence Neller to feed the scrum, the number 9, who plays for Harlequins, of course. Plenty of your players are from the Scarlets Academy. Any brushings with Harlequins so far in your career with the Scarlets?
Not yet, no, we haven't ventured out that far, but soon to come maybe.
There'll be plenty of futures in the game of rugby for lots of the players involved in this game, including the first try scorer, Morgan Burke, and it's a lovely loop around from Florence Neller, the player we just highlighted, and what great support play to make that try. Really was fantastic running around the corner. They just didn't stop despite the fatigue, Robin. How important is support play like that to the game of sevens?
Yeah, it is important to have that support player on the outside, just so that you can offload at any time and there's someone always going into contact with you.
And how well did Florence Neller do to feed the scrum on the far channel, make it all the way around the corner to take the offload as well?
Really good. Like, she's played the ball out wide and they've got the try there.
Well, it was lovely hands from this Peter Symonds College side. Neller putting in all the hard yards. That's a lovely looped pass. And then this is a great offload off the floor to keep the play alive.
Just popped up the ball there and she just takes the gap and gets the try.
Well, this is a Millfield side that you know are very impressive going forward, but they're just not able to hold on to possession so far, Robin.
No.
Turned over once more for Peter Symonds College. Well, we've talked a lot this week about what ROSSLYN Park does for women's rugby. There's more women involved this year than ever before. How much have you enjoyed being part of such a ginormous tournament, especially alongside so many talented rugby players?
Yeah, it's really good to see like such a large group of girls coming together and being able to play like at such a high standard of rugby. And I feel like, because I came last year as well, and coming this year, I feel like the standard of the girls' rugby especially has improved drastically since last year. And it's just really good to see like all the teams just like growing in confidence and making it this far.
It's great to see such progression in the women's game. This will be a scrum for Millfield following a knock-on at the base of Peter Symonds College scrum. And it will be a free kick as well from the scrum. And Millfield are are keen to get things underway, currently trailing by 2 tries. Lovely line, but a huge tackle that was from Gabriella Della Savina to cause the knock-on. How important is that defensive intervention, just as Millfield were starting to get going? A huge tackle by Della Savina. 2 minutes to go in this first half. Peter Symonds College trail by 2 tries, but Millfield are certainly still in the game, Robin.
Yes, I feel like the game can change at any moment, and they might get a comeback and score a try here or there.
Lawrence Nella with the ball at the base of the scrum, but it's a penalty this time.
No, it's the other way.
Referee unhappy with how things went in the scrum. The scrum isn't really working for either side so far.
No, I feel like the conditions, it's difficult to get a good grip within the ground to form a good scrum at the moment.
Well, lovely little move from Peter Symonds College to find the edge, and they could go herring away in the wide channel. It's Sheffield. Oh no, it's the try scorer from earlier, Emily Blackburn, in the wide channel. These muddy shirts make it hard to identify the players, but Blackburn has scored plenty of tries today for Peter Symonds College. Turned over at the breakdown by Millfield. Ball is loose, hacked away, and Millfield must get the chase on from this kick. And it's a great chase from Millfield, who look to kick once more. Backwards from Peter Symonds College, but eventually just knocked on there by Millfield. And they've done so well to turn it over just inside their 5 metre. That could have perhaps been game over in the first half if Peter Symonds College racked up another. Such is the importance of momentum in the game of sevens. So looking ahead, given your success personally at the Rosslyn Park Sevens, having been to 2 tournaments, is rugby going to continue to be a part of your life as you move forward in education? Because that's what we want here, really, is the progression of the game at every level.
Yeah, I'm looking to go and study sports science and hopefully progress within my rugby. And I'm looking for a university which will help me get better within sport of rugby.
Well, you're standing in the Ealing Trailfinders tent, of course. I saw you speaking earlier to some of the coaching staff here from Brunel University.
Nice catch.
But at the moment, Peter Symonds College are driving forward. It's a lovely offload into the hands of the captain, Abby Duxbury. The ball is loose, stripped in contact, and once again, Millfield escape. So the end of the first half here, it's been a first half that Peter Symonds College have been in charge of right up until the final stages where Millfield were defending valiantly. We'll see if Millfield have much more of a fight back here in this semi-final. Over on RE1, a big result to talk about from this same competition. Cardinal Newman currently lead Dubai College by 2 tries to 0. So it could be them in the final up against Peter Symonds College or Millfield. Peter Symonds College looking the most likely their second final in 2 years. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of this Cup semi-final. Well, we're back here live for the second half of this Cup semi-final between the famous old name of Millfield and Peter Symonds College, one of the finest women's sides in the sevens game. Joining me, of course, is Robin Kovashev, co-captain of Llandovery College, who we saw earlier on the live stream. How are you enjoying this semi-final so far?
Yeah, it's an interesting game to see, and it's good to see the girls playing against each other and putting up a fight. And so far it's been a good game for Peter Symonds College, and we'll see if Millfield can bring it back.
We'll hope so. It's a very talented Millfield side. Lucy Wintle with the kick-off, but claimed excellently well by Peter Symonds College, who go to an edge off first phase. Huge tackle coming in there from Millfield's Jazz Fletcher. But it's still in the possession of Hills Road. Just massive contacts coming all over the field. Claudia Alder making the shot this time, but Hills Road get it right, and Alder's there to make the tackle once more on Emily Blackburn. Peter Symonds College take it back down the short side, pick and go from the base, still going. Lovely offload to Duxbury. Duxbury inside to Ottaway of the Harlequins Academy. And it's on in the wide channels. Lovely looping pass by Florence Nella. And Hills Road could be in here for yet another score. A wonderful finish. A really well-worked try. They had so much space in the wide channels, Robin.
Yeah, they're just playing the ball out wide, and it's just getting through every time. That's what's getting them the points.
A great score for Peter Symonds College. Well-deserved from them. And they really are dominating this semi-final. Millfield just haven't had any possession of the ball, really, in an attacking area.
No. They've put up a good defence, but they're just not defending wide enough to...
That's absolutely true. There's too many space out wide. As the extras are added, they drew in all the defenders here. That's a lovely offload as well from Abby Duxbury, the captain, to keep the attacker alive. And all the way into the wide channels, Morgan Burke with her second try of the game. She's had a great game, really. Just right place, right time for Morgan Burke. Lovely finishing in the wide channels. And we'll see if Millfield have a response. They still have 6 minutes to go, or just under 5.5 now after the kickoff. And Millfield will have possession. Carried really well off first phase. And here's Okoya. Oyin Okoya with a lovely leg drive. Gets the offload in too. Broughton goes wide. And it's just been misgathered there. It's just perhaps the conditions starting to play a part in this game. And Robin, you can see there's so much mud out there. How difficult is it to get the ball to stick in these circumstances?
Yeah, catching is just almost impossible at this rate because the ball's so muddy.
Well, Peter Symonds College having a good go at it, really. This is the penultimate game, of course, on RE2 from 5 long days of rugby.
You're driving early.
Free kick, early drive for Millfield. This is the chance for Peter Symonds College to see off the game. They've been completely in charge of this semi-final. Their ball retention has been excellent as they spread it wide once more. That's a lovely floated pass as a wonderful covering tackle from Millfield, but the offloads are still coming. And now to the short side goes Nella. She has another. A real talisman of this Peter Symonds College side, one of their many academy players. Florence Nella of the Harlequins Academy has scored another. And you've got plenty of Scarlet's players, in your side.
Yes.
What difference does it make having that sort of experience at academy level in and around the team?
It's good just to have the experienced players which can bring up the less experienced players. And it just means that they can be there to support and give support to the players who aren't as experienced and support them on the pitch.
Good to have senior leadership in this side, and that's what Peter Symonds College certainly have. Florence Nella running the show. A wonderful performance from her, and if Peter Symonds College can repeat their success in this competition, a lot of it will be down to players such as her. The score on the other field of play is now 19-0 to Cardinal Newman in favour over Dubai College. And that could be your final, as this game is probably over, Robin, unfortunately for Millfield.
Yeah.
22-0, and they'll have the restart. 2 minutes to go.
About 2.5, but wait for her to get off, please. Okay. Let's play.
Peter Symonds College will get us underway. You must be impressed with Peter Symonds College, who have put the sword really to a very talented Millfield side who you've played earlier in the day.
Yeah, they just pop the ball out fast and wide, and it's just making the space on the pitch to play and making the gaps get through the defence.
Turnover again from Peter Symonds College, whose defence has been unbreakable. Away goes Abby Duxbury, the captain. To the short side they go once more. They've just got lovely soft hands, and once again they're in behind the defence. This time it's spilled. And between their very solid defending, great work at the breakdown, and their wonderful soft hands to find their pacey players in the wide channel, they're a complete sevens team, really, Peter Symonds College. They've got everything, Robin, that you want from a side.
They've got defence, they've got attack, and they're playing wide, and in sevens, that's the most important thing.
Crouch!
Millfield scrum, though, as they look to break from inside their own half. Charlotte Hill feeds a scrum. Great counter drive from Peter Symonds College. The referee not happy with it as this game slowly drifts away from us. But don't go anywhere, of course. There's a massive game on RE2. Brighton College, not perhaps talked about in the manner they should have been in the few days before the under-18 competition. But they've made it to the semi-final against Clifton College, who come through as the best second-place side following their dominance on day one. Penalty for Millfield, who will look to play away into the space. Lovely offloading from Millfield. This is better from them. They're a very talented side. We know they're capable of playing attacking rugby like this. Ball goes loose.
No hands. Stay back.
Powerful counter ruck by Peter Symonds, but that's lovely hands into the wide channel. Here's Azebo. Shandara Azebo just knocks it on, unfortunately, in the contact. And that may be time. Last play for Peter Symonds College. And the last play of your involvement at ROSSLYN Park, Robin. How upset are you that you won't be able to come back next year as in your final year at college?
Well, it's been a bit good 2 years to come up and play, and like it's cool to see, and I probably will be back next year to watch, but unfortunately not to play. And it's just been such a good experience to come and be able to play against such a cool group of girls.
Such wonderful growth of the game being enabled by the ROSSLYN Park Sevens. Hill Road College will continue, Hill Road Sixth Form, sorry, as they drive forward. They've just been wonderful, great offloading. And they're still offloading at every phase of the game. This time it goes forward. So one final chance for Millfield to take something away from this semi-final. Azebo gets the offload in, but that will be time on this semi-final. The Peter Symonds College, sorry. So many games of rugby here at RE2, but it's Peter Symonds College, of course, who come through against Millfield School. A huge 22 win. Well, they've laid a real marker for Cardinal Newman, who currently lead 24-0 against Dubai College. So that will be a cracking final. How excited are you for a final of such quality?
It's going to be really interesting to see the final, seeing as we've just played Dubai College, and they put up a really good fight against us. So I'm excited to watch it.
Well, thank you very much for coming on Co-Commons, Robert. It's great to have a player of your experience alongside us. And thank you very much to everyone tuning in to the Under-18 women's competition. There is still one more game for us here on RE2 live at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. And it's a big, big semi-final between Clifton and Brighton College. We'll return for that right after a short break.
Thank you.
Well, don't go anywhere, of course, ladies and gentlemen, after that huge game, Peter Symonds College against Millfield. There's one more game here on RE2 after 5 long days of coverage. I've witnessed all 5 of them, and it's been wonderful rugby across the sides. And in the final game of the day, Brighton College will take on Clifton College in a huge semi-final. Brighton to kick off here. And Clifton, will we gather, they came through as the best runner-up from their group. They did amazingly well. But there's a forward pass, and what a start this is for Clifton. And alongside me for this huge semi-final, Will Roberts. Thank you for joining me, Will.
Thank you. It's a big occasion, this. Brighton, off the back of that win against Sedbergh, will be flying high. Clifton had a superb, almost faultless day 1, but a few scuppers in day 2, including that initial loss to Berkhamsted. Probably humbled them a little bit.
Well, great counter scrum as well there from Clifton. There was a knock-on in there, so turnover ball. We spoke earlier to Robin from, who've been playing in these conditions all day, and we're seeing already perhaps the effects of those conditions here on RE2 as possession changes hands twice. They've got pace, both these sides, in abundance, but can they use it in this weather, Will?
Yes, this is probably the antithesis of conditions that both these sides would want to play in, but looks like they're making the most of it.
Great work down the short side. Clifton go herring away. Attempted turnover in the breakdown, but there's loads of space on his far side. What a dream start this could be for Clifton College. All the way into the wide channels. Huge covering tackle.
No, no hands, Reds!
And now Gardner will build the Bears back row. Loose ball picked up well. All the way into the wide channels. Patient play from Clifton College. Could be dragged into touch here. What a defensive set from Brighton as they go quickly. It's looking like it will be a thrilling semi-final, Will.
Yeah, both teams coming out to play will want to try and keep the ball in hand as much as possible and look great. That's a good line cut by Ethan Dando.
Williams switched inside to Dande, and now they could be away on this far channel. Lovely drive. Keelan Farrell's going to go all the way here. Great line from Farrell, looping on the outside channel. And with only seconds with the ball in hand, Brighton have opened the scoring.
Well, he's absolutely rapid, the Irishman, Keelan Farrell. He's used to scoring tries for Brighton College at 15s level. He's converting that into the 7s picture, and it's a well-taken score from him. Side are obviously on towards Sedbergh 10s after this, so they've got a lot of rugby still ahead of them, and I imagine that Keelan Farrell will be a crucial part of that, his athleticism shown. But this was the cutting line from Dando, who obviously at floodlit 7s at Gordon's performed so well in that final, seems to turn up for Brighton on big occasions. Farrell there just showing the outside edge to Rogers, and well, he manages to trundle in. Good score from him. Advantage Brighton.
Brighton draw first blood in this final and will kick off as well, just skipping across the face, and now Clifton College come driving back. They looked very dangerous in their opening attacking set. Brighton broke away from the first. There's a Brighton hand in there, so they have turned it over. Clifton College will go fishing at scrum time. Just knocked on, unfortunately. Well, Will, we spoke earlier about Brighton's 15th season perhaps not being as successful as this group could have wanted. Well, they've been very impressive so far at the start of the 7s campaign.
And Nick Boyd wouldn't have taken the 15th season as an ideal outcome, but I think they were potentially allowed them to come in as dark horses into this competition, and they're proving it here and having a good go against Clifton. It's probably the best team to face out of the 3, you'd argue, so they probably got the best route to the final here, Brighton.
Just driven into the wide channels, Clifton, through these torrid conditions. They're still trying to play. And now take it to the line well. There's another hand in there from Brighton, but still backwards. Lofted wide once more. And skipping away go Brighton into the pace of Ollie Buckle once more. Gets the offload in. Darting running, here is Buckle again. And now Joe Wooler of the Bristol Bears. On the loop around. They might have fashioned a 2-on-1 here, but it's just spilled so unfortunately. And the conditions are coming back to bite Clifton. But they've looked impressive. That was a good attacking set from them.
Yeah, it's good work from Clifton. They're manoeuvring the ball from width to width very well, especially considering it's acting a bit like a bar of soap at the moment. And Brighton holding out strong, and they'll get the ball at scrum time here. 2 minutes to go of this half. I imagine they would ideally just like to keep Clifton at bay and stop them from getting a point on the board before the break.
Early blue.
Penalty for Brighton. Surely not 10, but the referee's allowing play to continue. Williams takes contact. Another penalty at the breakdown. Can't afford discipline like that in a semi-final at ROSSLYN Park, Will.
No, absolutely not. And it was good awareness from, it was Henry Williams. There's George and Henry. That was actually George who made that initial break, and it was a good vision from him.
Wow, he's just drifted through. Brighton could be away here on this right-hand side. That must be a turnover, but that was pretty soft from Clifton to allow Brighton just to drift through the hole. They've tapped and gone quickly, however. And now they might have a man advantage. Buckle. They point to the corner, and that's where Buckle will try and go.
Tackle, release red.
Well, it's been turned over once more by Brighton, and they might saunter in here. Little 2-on-1. There's the show and go. But Brighton have enough to take it to the line. And what's happening defensively for Clifton, Will?
Yeah, well, they're slightly caught at 6s and 7s. It's Ethan Dando who got the score. Harlequin's boy, useful at centre, wing, occupied himself at fly half a lot as well, wearing that famous Brighton 10 shirt. Decorated, it really is, and he was providing the goods there. Keelan Farrell looked to get that conversion.
No,
It'd be just shy, and there will be a restart, but Brighton with a 10-point advantage.
Well, who could have predicted this, really? Brighton have done amazingly well to get this far, and the turnover is just a little too easy for Brighton to dislodge the ball.
It's just them playing really well in transition, which is obviously something that's really crucial for playing the game of sevens, converting from attack to defence and defence to attack in the quickest manner possible. Brighton are showing that really well.
Brighton find touch from their kickoff, so at half-time here on the final day of ROSSLYN Park Sevens in the semi-final, Brighton College lead 10 points to 0. Over on RE1, Harrow lead Berkhamsted by just 2 points. We'll be back for the second half here, live with Next Gen on RE2 on the final day of the ROSSLYN Park Sevens. Brighton lead 10-0 in this cup semi-final. We're live here on RE2, the final game on RE2 here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens with Next Gen, brought to you by UR Sevens, the Ultimate Rugby Sevens today. Kick-off from Clifton, and it's collected simply enough by Brighton. Williams. Little skip from Tom Ladimi. Gets the offload away. Battling in the contact there. Brighton now in midfield once more. Clifton doing well to contain them, and then it's nudged through. The chase is on there for Brighton. They'll get the foot in. Excellent work by Harry Streak. And they've claimed it well off the floor. Wide from Kane. 3-on-1 in this wide channel. Clifton get back to cover well. And goes Green hunting for the ball.
Entry.
And it is a penalty. What an opportunity this is for Clifton. What a fast start to this second half, but just spilled. And we spoke earlier, Will, of the conditions affecting this game. There's another instance of it taking hold of this almost faultless Clifton side.
Well, it's just the ground is so heavy underfoot now. It means that it's really difficult for teams to build momentum. And therefore, it means that they're just trying to force it a little bit with their passing game, and it's not proving to be working out very well for them at the moment.
Brighton scrum in the early stages of this semi-final. Really messy. Penalty Brighton.
Heads around. Let's play.
Now Jack Hewer was looking for the tap, but instead it's Williams, who doesn't use any of the inside options. Little turn from Williams behind the line. And they might look to go wide off first phase. Instead, Saunders cuts back inside. Still going is Tom Saunders. He'll go all the way here. What a score. Tom Saunders has added another for Brighton College early in the second half, Will.
I think that's the nail in the coffin there. Things all wrapped up. Brighton College certainly in the ascendancy. Clifton, you can see just by their body language that they're sort of resigned from this encounter. Good bit of manipulation in the middle here. Williams again just providing the little bit of a spark, and the offload, oh so good. Dando. It's a good line cut by Tom Saunders. And away he powers through. No one stopping him from there. Winger by trade.
Well, the game may be on Clifton now, but they still have time here on RE2. Looking ahead to this huge under-18 cup final, they will face Harrow or Berkhamsted. There's just 2 points separating those sides on RE1. Difficult kick-off to control, but away come Clifton yet again, looking for space in this unbreakable Brighton line. They've only been in behind once or twice in this fixture. Forced to take contact. They're up past the 22. Clifton darting and jumping around, but they can't get through Brighton's line.
Offside.
Offside, however. A lifeline perhaps for Clifton. And Buckle comes in looking for work. Green. Now to the foot they go into the wide channels. And still going through the hole. This could be a lifeline for Clifton. Jacob Mitchell of the Bears from Zimbabwe brought down. Flashed across the face. A beautiful ball. But patience from Clifton. Their best opportunity here. Green flips it back inside. All the way wide for Buckle, who thinks about going hard, but they recycle possession instead. And now Clifton take it to the line. Lovely offload. There's the score. Mitchell goes under. With 3 minutes to go, are Clifton back in the game, Will?
Well, it's going to be tricky for them. If they can potentially get the converted score, then it could be different. They do, and are actually making a few changes as well. So potentially with a few fresher legs, this game could have fight left in it.
Really patient play from Clifton. You might think at this stage of the game they'd panic, needing the score. Campbell Wu puts the hammer down. big fend. Easy enough finish for Jake Mitchell of the Bristol Bears. And from that kickoff, it's been claimed by Clifton, and they've got the wind in their sails now. Perhaps momentum will switch their way. Once again, it's Mitchell, but a turnover on the floor. Huge for Brighton. How big is that defensive intervention, Will?
Absolutely massive. And it's not just Sir Alex Ferguson once said, attack wins you games, defence wins you titles, and well, that bit of defensive work there may very well have won Brighton not only this game, but given them ultimate momentum heading into the final.
The lovely nudge, minute and a half to go for Clifton, but it's a Brighton line out on what remains of the Brighton 15. The lines are very much blurred here.
He's on the pitch.
Free kick that goes Clifton's way. A silly error, really, in the game with the magnitude that this semi-final has. Once again, patient build-up, Will, from Clifton.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of time here just to try and assess their options. There's not too many strikes and rolls of the dice they have left, so they need to get it right. They don't know, and that I think is that.
Straight off feet, a minute to go for Brighton. They'll look to find touch once more. And after a very long week of sevens here on RE2, Brighton could be storming into the final game at ROSSLYN Park. Claimed well by Buckle, so we'll keep the game alive. Well, it's taken to the line hard, that is, by a Campbell Wu. Flicks it back inside, but intercepted by Brighton.
Play.
And back comes Campbell Wu to claim possession once more, who frees it up here. The game might be on Clifton, but they'd like to finish with another score, perhaps. They scored so many on day one. Now here is Buckle dragged down, so flashed across the face and just spilled. And an anticlimactic end to a semi-final that has been very exciting, but Brighton, who started off the game so well, have managed to see off a late Clifton fight back. A great result for Brighton College, Will.
Absolutely, and after seeming relatively left field as choices for finalists a couple of hours ago, they've beaten Sedbergh against the odds, knocked them out of competition, and then come here, done a job on Clifton, and will head into a final against, I think it will be Harrow, to see who comes out on top here.
Well, a huge semi-final that Brighton College have come away and won very well. We'll be back to wrap up everything here from this week before the live stream ends. Live on Next Gen RE2. Well, a huge result at RE2 here for Brighton College. We'll throw you over to the final in just a moment. But here at Next Gen, we just want to say thank you to everyone for listening on what has been a long week of rugby sevens here at the National School Sevens at ROSSLYN Park. It's been a great celebration of rugby across the age groups, both men and women. And the rugby doesn't stop there, of course. We continue our coverage of the Sevens season tomorrow morning at the International Rugby Sevens over in Coventry Way.
Yep, join us tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, for the opening ceremony at the Rugby School Under-18 International School Sevens. You and I will both be there, Wilf. It's going to be a fantastic two-day event. And then, of course, Sunday and Monday, it's up to Sedbergh for the Sedbergh 10s. It's been an absolutely brilliant week here on RE2 here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. We are so excited that over the course of the next 3 years we will be bringing you both pitches, which is very exciting. But in the meantime, please do head over to pitch RE1 for the finals of the 2023 Under-18 Boys and Girls Cup here at the ROSSLYN Park National School Sevens. Thank you very much for joining us here on Next Gen 15. Will, thank you for your efforts throughout the week. Sterling effort.
Thanks very much. It's been a wonderful 5 days of rugby.
And we will see you all tomorrow morning at Rugby School.
Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough! 1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What a kick! Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.